Okay. Oh crap. There, we turned off the music. Dang. All right. So we just gotta. I'll just message them on Twitter real quick, and they should. Let me ping them right here as well. So let's see here. Fried frick. Rumbo. And how's everyone in the Discord doing? And on YouTube? I'm gonna put the link to the interview Discord. Description. Pretty much, yeah. Spoke to Scrum a little bit ago. He's... Okay, cool. Red TV said they're pretty much, yeah. That might be a minute. That's up to them. They get to select who comes up after we get to the open Q&A section. Yeah, give you like 2 minutes. All right, all good, all good. Yeah, before we really get started, there is one request from the devs. There's no deluxe questions. So they said, here's what they said. Oh, and one more thing is that we request not to have any of the open Q&A questions to be about upcoming or future content, such as the deluxe update. So basically, anything that was in 2.0 essentially is open to chat about. Like Mario's deluxe. How's it going, Toka? Yeah, they don't want to spoil anything. And I'm not gonna, you know, raid them with that one. I'm not gonna keep on going after like, hey, they one of those. No, that's entirely their choice. All right, I have to give another question. It'll be a minute. So. There's no Twitter stage this time. It basically behaves kind of similar. I got one. We gotta save it till later. Yeah, we have the interview Discord. I'm live on YouTube as well for some background music. Yeah, stuff about stuff that didn't make it in 2.0. Probably. That's up to them to decide, though. Oh, yeah. Deluxe equals Goldenland retake, MX Cat Song, Overdue V4, and new OGN art. Basically. Paranoia V4, basically. Better ask for a Gapple leak in his Q&A. Why? No idea. Mario mad his own Nintendo. Yeah, right. Oh, Spampton. Mad this time. Yeah. Yeah. I still remember playing it back in December of 2023. Yeah, that was ages ago. It'll probably be a minute or two. Rumbo's ready to go. Fried Frick said a few minutes, and Red TV said they're almost ready. But how's everyone on Discord and YouTube doing today, by the way? We are Nintendo. You cannot defeat us. Dude, when I first played that, it was all in one sitting on stream. And by that point, I was just so f***ing out of it. Like, I was exhausted. I'll be chilling. How about you? About the same. I've been excited about this one. It says I'm unable to accept invite. It might be out of date. Hold on. another one. Will we be able to come up on stage during this? We're all here. Okay, my bad. I just realized. My bad. All right, Red TV, invite to speak. Rumbo.
Oh!
Hello.
I have a voice.
And Fried Frick.
Hello, boy.
Help me.
Hello, everybody.
Greetings.
I've already given the rundown of no deluxe questions, so anything from 2.0 is free game, basically.
Got it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we could talk about stuff that's already public because everyone already knows about that.
Yeah.
But for anyone who doesn't, but like you can't reveal anything about deluxe.
Yeah.
All right. That's entirely up to your discretion. I'm not gonna, go after you. Like, you gotta answer. No, you get to select everything. All right. Any questions before we get started, or you just want to, break the ice and all that?
I've got a question. How did you do that? I mean, someone said you press a button, like the live sensor.
Oh, see, man, how I say on a live stream and on Discord.
Yeah.
Voice
like-
mod.
Oh, it's voice mod. Okay, I should have known.
Yeah, I can show you real quick on stream if you want to use it. It's very simple. It's not even like it's just a keybind. It's literally just go to settings, keybinds, and push the bleep out. It's like I set it to left alt. So simple as that. It works on everything.
That's I don't know if
I'll try to refrain from swearing.
It's all
As
good.
will I.
It's all good as long as you're not doing like one after the other like nonstop.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because you probably saw.
Okay.
I think some people on the live stream earlier today were watching me curse at Mario Kart.
I mean that's fair. That's entirely justified. Which Mario Kart?
Was it the new one?
I have.
Eight?
do have
Yeah, that's
World.
justified.
I do have World, but I got so used to World and I was gone for 3 weeks. Dude, I got fucking bodied.
Oh.
I heard the online space for World has been like vile.
Right now, yeah, it kind of is.
I've just been
yeah.
mostly playing on my own time.
Yeah, same. Hey, I need to get my freaking capture card back in order because it looks like it's saturated as fuck, man. Aye. Switch 2 be jacking up my capture card.
I was expecting to have to get a new capture card when my Switch 2 came in, but no, it just
Dang.
worked with the same one I had for my Switch 1, which is thank God, because I don't want to spend any more money. And the only reason I was able to afford my Switch 2 in the first place is because Duckley just sent me all the money for it, and he's like, I need someone to play with on day one, and no one else is going to get it, so I'm just going to send you all the money to buy a Switch 2.
Yeah,
That's how you do it.
Yeah, I'm planning on playing World on Monday at the moment. I do a lot more than just
Cool.
FNF stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we all
Everyone
do,
get
it's
your
just no one really
unbeatable
watches our
references.
non-FNF stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, the FNF stuff, a lot of people know me for at this point for the interviews, but it's just a fun time.
I remember I don't know what mod it was. I want to say No, I think it was before Madness came out. Cuz I'm one of those people, like if a mod that I work on comes out, I'm going to be looking for playthroughs. And I've known of you for long since before I think the interviews were a thing. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I think I remember that. I think somebody mentioned that a while back. I don't remember where.
Okay. We're good.
All right.
I've known about the interviews for a little while, but I didn't really intend on doing one. And then Fried invited me to this one, and I was like, "Fuck it, why not?"
By the way, Fried and Scrumbo both submitted separate requests. So.
And then
Yeah.
Fred dragged me along, and then
Yeah.
I was like, "Let's combine it because I need my little comfort Scrumbo in the corner, so I don't I don't get socially weird."
Yeah, it's all good. By the way, for the record, you guys can still submit another one for a one-on-one interview. I know Fried Frick did that. I couldn't get a hold of Scrumbo on Twitter, so I reached out to Fried Frick to get this whole thing moving. Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. But yeah, I have 16 questions, and this time I actually asked the Twitter community I'm in for FNF to suggest new ones to replace some old ones I've been using for ages. Just a few.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there's still 16, and I also brought up the fact that, I think you guys were here. I just couldn't see because streamer mode's on. I can't see the full names. Anything from Deluxe is off the table for questions, unless it's already been publicly announced according to you guys. So with that said,
Yes.
I'll list the questions on oh, wrong button. I'll list the questions in the interview answers channel. So in case you guys want to in case you guys want to look ahead. And it looks like one of the people here is I pinged them. But I listed them in the interview answers just above the stage, so you can read ahead if you'd like. But with that said, let's go ahead and get started with question number 1. So number 1 is, what was each member's introduction to the FNF community?
Oh, FNF.
Should we go in order? Because
Sure, yeah.
That's up to you guys.
That'll streamline things. I guess that means me.
Yeah.
Okay. So, introduction to FNF. I think it was, like week 1, like Ludum Dare. Like I was there. I think it was after the Ludum Dare thing was dropped. And then they kind of started to expand on it, but yeah, I've been here the whole time. I only ever just started doing stuff like later
look
in.
at me, I'm a day 1 head.
Hey, I'm going to explode you with my brain, man. Oh, at least I'm not fake. I'm a real
Okay,
one.
what is that supposed to mean?
Nothing at all. It means nothing.
You had that same
Just
energy
saying
of you watched Dragon Ball Z back in the 90s. You saw the original. I was there since the beginning. You had that energy right there.
Yes, all me. I was there. I've been here since the start. What about you,
Day
Fred?
1.
I got introduced to FNF through YouTube videos. I joined about when week 2 released, and so the first like entryway into modding was the Friday Night Funkin' Mine community server, and I started making music there because I'd already been making music in 2020, but I never had anywhere to apply it. So I just started making mod tracks, and so then it just looped back around to where we are now, where I'm just still making mod tracks.
Yeah, fair enough. Come on, let's do the Mario chat. You guys can do the Mario.
What about you, Fred?
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah, you're up,
Yep.
Dread.
Oh, okay. So I was at an IRL's house, and like I'd known this guy since we were like 4, and we'd both been longtime fans of Senor Pelo, and he pulled up week 2 and he showed me, and he's like, dude, look, the Senor Pelo Spooky Month characters are like in this rhythm game. And I was like, oh, what? And we kind of played a little bit, and I was just like, oh, this is kind of sick. And then I didn't think about it for a while, and then I started getting stuff for like week 4 on my Twitter, and then I kind of looked back at it, and I was like, hey, I could try something for this. So I spent the next little while just making really awful remixes of base game tracks until I would play through mods for my friends every so often. And I applied to this one. Well, I didn't apply to it. I was just making remixes of this one mod, this one old mod that someone who is now a longtime friend of mine was making, and I just uploaded them in his own time. And he was like, "Dude, this is really cool. Can we actually get you on the team?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." And so he dragged me on, and I've been making FNF stuff ever since.
Fair enough.
Isn't that the one you're referring to, right? Isn't that where we met too?
Yeah, that's also where I met Scrumbo. We've also known each other for ages because of that. So I think if I hadn't been pulled kicking and screaming into this like niche little mod team, I wouldn't know the people I do now, which is I'm very thankful for it.
Yeah, I was a background artist. I didn't do.
You were,
music
weren't
for
you?
it. Yeah.
You used to be an artist.
Yep.
Mhm.
Well, I still am. I just don't do it for FNF stuff.
Yeah,
Fair
Which
enough.
is fair because I also draw, but I don't ever draw publicly because I'm not as confident in that as I am music.
I also just find myself getting drawn to more traditional over digital. Even though
Yeah,
I've been doing more
same
digital
here.
lately.
Never could hang a digital art ever.
Hi, Retro.
Hello. Hello.
We all
Sorry,
joined
Fried.
in the...
Somebody was asking for Fried Frick to do their Yoshi impression again.
No.
There's your answer.
What's your answer?
We all joined during the era of reskin.
Aye. All right, so let's move on to question number 2, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right, how has each member's experience with the community been?
Mixed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very
yeah,
mixed.
I figure.
We each have our own
because-
experiences, I'm sure. I'll let Sam. Oh, Scrumble.
Yeah, so-
Sorry.
No, you
Sorry,
good.
that for the
I'm public
record.
with my name. I'm
I know,
I'm
but I
good.
keep. I feel like just for pleasantry's sake, I should try and, you know.
Do whatever,
My bad.
bro.
It's all good.
All right.
We're here to have fun first and foremost.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go.
So when it comes to the FNF community, it really is mixed because on one hand, I have met some of my closest friends through this. I have made connections, and I think the highlight for me for the FNF community is when it was my birthday. And not only did my friends secretly get behind my back and make a mod for my birthday,
Yeah.
Penkaru live stream just like stopped what they were doing. It was like, everybody wish Scrumbo a happy birthday right
Hell
now.
yeah.
I have never felt more appreciated
Mm-hmm.
in my life.
Hell yeah.
But there's also, but then there's lows in the sense that like there's so much just I don't want to call it negativity, more just like a bunch of stuff, especially when you're on Twitter.
Yeah,
That's
let's not talk about Ninja
Muffin.
Muffin today.
Yeah,
Let's
Yeah,
not
no,
mention that. That's it. I
I'm
didn't
not
want to
gonna-
talk about it. That's
no,
not my place.
I just don't think
I'm
it's
not
even
gonna
worth
go
talking
to.
about.
Yeah, no,
It's
there's
not
there's
really.
just there's just so much conflict. I
Controversy.
feel like everyone's always so wrapped up in stuff. That's something recently because I've had a lot of
Yeah.
life stuff happen to me recently, and I can't be bothered to really. It's just it saps my energy when I care so passionately about this
Yep.
stuff that in the long run doesn't really matter. So I'm just gonna make
Yep.
stuff and have fun, as I did when I started.
Yeah.
I spent so much
I
time
get that
getting wrapped up in it.
entirely. I really do get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Anyone else want to answer this one? Or-
I guess we're still doing it in order. Friday, you.
Well, my experience with the community in like the past like, what is it, like 3 to 4 years? It's just
Yeah.
been really, really mixed. There's a cesspool of like negativity, but there's also
Every day.
those people who are like your ride and die in your type of community if you like garner like a following throughout making stuff for mods and such.
Mhm.
And it can give you pretty high highs, but the lowest of lows too.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's with any community. There's no community that's completely squeaky fucking clean. There's no such thing.
Yeah.
That's true.
If you
Especially
say
with
there
something like
is,
FN.
yeah. If you say there is, you're a
Especially-
fucking liar.
Yeah, no, especially with something like FNF, where it's literally the whole thing about FNF is like creativity, because modding is so
Yep.
easy, right? Everyone can get
Mhm.
into it, but that also means everyone from every other corner of the internet is all here, crammed in one space. So that creates, conflict,
Tension.
a lot of
Yep.
disagreements, and a lot of stuff, tension, right?
We
Yeah,
all have these things that are sadly called opinions, and some are very
Yep.
opinionated. In every
I think
way.
a lot of people in this community need to learn how to agree to disagree instead of just saying
much,
that
yeah.
my way's the only way,
yeah.
Because it's just people yelling at each other, and neither of the opinions are going to change, and no one knows how to just be like, all right, we don't agree, and move on.
I feel like most
I'm
people
very
should probably try
particularly-
to stop changing people's opinions at this point.
Yeah, no, because
just let them think that way.
Not going to agree all the time.
No,
I'm
we're
very
not.
particularly passionate about this because not only are the negatives really bad, but I also feel like there's a really bad side to the positivity as well. Because I've said this, I've gone on rants about this to many people that know me, and they know how much I feel about this. This community has a very big parasociality problem. People will latch on to creators and like DM them all the time, act as though they're best friends. It's like these people don't know you, and they're trying to
Yeah.
like just make stuff and go about their own lives. It's not like they're these celebrities.
yeah.
And I remember in the middle of when some hubbub was happening about Madness back in the day, someone made a big old response that said, "Oh, the team are basically celebrities at this point. They need to be more responsible." It's like we're learning, man.
We're
we're new to
people.
all of this, and being thrust into the spotlight like this is kind of cosmically terrifying to just
Yeah.
when we're new to making stuff and we're not expecting to. I didn't think that I would have a platform ever, but after Madness came out, like seeing those numbers climb was it was great, don't get me wrong, because like I've
Yeah.
always wanted to make a career out of like online stuff because that's always the way I've wanted to go, but it's terrifying because there's all these
Yeah.
eyes on you and they all expect so much and they expect you to be this perfect like role model, which you're just not gonna be, because I'm very young, all of us are. We're still learning how to be people.
Yeah.
Beautifully
definitely.
put, my friend.
Very well done. Very well put.
You don't need it. Oh god.
Hey,
Oh,
when
boy.
you're spitting, you're spitting. Well, my experience personally hasn't been anything like that, thankfully. Well, it's only until like recently with the interview account that things kind of sped up for me in a sense.
Yeah, I'd
Mhm,
imagine.
yeah.
Because if you see the YouTube playlist, I've streamed well over 300, almost 350 streams of just FNF mods individually.
Yeah, you've always been here.
I've been around for a while, but growing slow. It also has its setbacks as well.
Yeah, I'd imagine, especially if it's something that because you seem committed to like the whole streamer thing, right?
Yeah,
And doing what you do. So
it's like having people to talk to, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, true.
Mario
fair.
Kart, Smash Bros. I can't. I wouldn't have played those online without streaming. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's just me. I'm very introverted, basically. But
Yeah.
Discord's YouTube's asking for the Discord link. I think it's in the description. But yeah, the Discord, the community's been very welcoming to me since the beginning. Honestly, I think I've had like one bad interaction with the Tom's Basement devs, I guess technically. But-
That mod
I don't know
is
what that is.
an enigma. Oh my gosh.
Sounds
Yeah, I streamed
familiar.
it before their big reconstruction update, and the third song, Suruku, I think I pronounce it. I don't remember how to. Basically, they had this
I don't.
knife mechanic where they just spam like, "Hey, dodge, dodge." But the thing is, in the last section of that mod, that song, they did fix it, by the way. Before I preface this, the last section forces the screen to the center, and the icon that says "press spam," spam space to dodge, is in the front of your
Yeah.
notes, so you can't see shit. And there's other
Oh.
mechanics, that give a jump scare that block out your whole screen if you hit the note. It was unbalanced as hell back then. But
There really is a kind of balance you need when doing mechanics.
yeah, I just prefer fun
Yeah.
over mechanics at that point.
Yeah, you still need to be able to play the damn thing.
But don't get me wrong, they did fix it, but I did preface later on. I guess they didn't see that, but I just said I have faith that they can fix it, but I guess they didn't see that until I posted a short about it, because I feel like, might as well, because that's one of the few times I've raged in the community.
Yeah, I mean it's like I don't know. It's there
They fixed
because
it.
it's
They
these.
fixed it.
It's big, but because it's these like projects that people create. There's this whole like, people, they treat them as things that are just uploaded, and they are, right? But at
Yeah.
the same time, they're also things that small groups of people made. They're not made by big developments,
Exactly,
big development teams. So, if something, chances are, if they see stuff, they're gonna be like, oh, they hate my thing. That's I think that's why there's so much.
Well, I don't think it
around the
helps that a
community.
lot of the time criticism in this community is phrased in such a pointed way.
Yeah.
No one,
Yeah,
that's
I
fair.
don't see people phrasing stuff constructively very much. A lot of the time, it's just like this is mid, this is bad. But you could always just lay it out and describe it. This could be better if this was done, and no one does
Yeah.
that. They just use the same like
Yeah.
buzzwords every 5 seconds, and it's like,
Well, in that case, to be fair, not everyone thinks like a developer. To be fair,
mhm.
Yeah.
so
No,
thinking
it's-
that
it's-
way,
I guess, but just
expecting
seeing
that
an
from
overwhelming
people,
amount of people,
yeah.
seeing like after you've worked tirelessly on something for a while, just seeing a bunch of people not giving any constructive criticism and just being like, this thing is bad, and I'm not gonna give any feedback on how to change it. It's like it can be disheartening, and I think that's why a lot of us, and I'm raising up my hand and taking accountability for this, a lot of us were kind of tweaked out over Madness for a bit because it seemed like everybody switched up on it because they were I can understand not liking things about the mod in post after the initial like hubbub has died down.
Yeah.
But like people were phrasing it in such a pointed way, almost as though it was like attacks and being like, "Oh, well, none of us really like this," and it's like, just
Yeah.
be gentle.
Yeah.
Because everyone's
yeah,
really
yeah.
fragile, especially if they've worked tirelessly on something for ages and ages on end.
Yeah.
You just got to let people down easy.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people think critically. Well, a lot of the community is, like mid to late teens, technically, if you look at
Yeah,
analytics.
I mean,
And I
not,
understand that.
not many people
It's just-
think critically at that age, technically. And I'm 26,
I understand that
dude.
entirely. It's just when it's on such a large scale, it can't really.
Be controlled.
I know people. It can't really help but look like a giant scale attack, kind of, even though it's not,
Yeah.
and it's not intended to be that. But when there's all these voices just yelling negative stuff about the things that you and your friends have made, it's a bit like, oh man, what the hell?
Yeah, I get that. I got some criticism for there was one thing on the interviews during the beginning on Twitter. People were saying, "Oh, it's Mixels, the animation I used to have for displaying each question." And like fair, I just use like Canva's animation tools, which has presets, which then I eventually abandoned and just use plain old notepad now. But it does the job.
If it works, it works.
If it works, well, yeah, I was about to say
It
that.
works. But yeah, they had a point. It was just a bunch of different assets put together. Yeah, no one technically owned them, so I just said
Yeah.
But yeah,
No, I don't
yeah,
blame you.
All right. Well, I think we're good on number 2. I think we're gonna.
Yeah.
I think we're good on that one.
I'm ready.
Yeah, sorry,
Alright.
that one was kind of drawn out.
That's fine. It's completely fine. That happens all the time on here. You can ask everyone on this Discord whenever it happens, or Twitter
you're-
Spaces. But yeah,
You're giving me a place to yap. I will yap. So
that's kind of
if
the
I go
thing.
on too long, you have to shut me up. I won't take it personally.
yeah. One of my co-hosts, Cotton, your name is still Frictionless Wipe on here. Is asking who's the main dude. All 3 of them are Cotton. He likes to do art during these interviews.
It's
He's in
Scrumbo.
the
It's
interview stage.
Scrumbo.
Scrumbo.
It's not me. It's not
It's
me.
Scrumbo.
I mean,
It's
technically
Scrumbo.
speaking, none of us are the main dude. It's Marco, but Marco isn't here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're
Marco didn't want to be
ambassadors.
here.
That's fine. That's
Yeah.
completely fine. I think I did see his FNAF 1 remake, by the way.
Mhm.
It's
That was
awesome.
that was
Which
sick.
apparently I worked on, but I don't know what I did because I was like recovering
You
from
were-
brain
the
surgery
credit.
during that. Yeah. So I finally come to after like not being on the internet for like a month, and I see this, and I'm like, oh cool, this thing he was working on came out. Is that my name? And I was getting DMs. It's like, I didn't know you worked with this. This was great. And I was like, I don't know, I did either.
I feel like I was blacked out for like a month. What the hell happened?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not much of a FNAF guy playing them wise, but I did watch like a ton of people play it. They f***ing cooked, by the way. But yeah, I definitely looked that one up. What was the name of it again? I forget. People just called it like the malware game, I believe.
It's
Which one?
not Stingray. What do you exactly like? Are you referring to Marco's or a different
Yeah,
one?
FNAF 1 remake.
FNAF
Oh,
1 remake.
somebody
FNAF 1
actually.
remake, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Little-
FNAF
little
1
reps,
remake
yeah.
on Game Jolt. Check it out. Check out that on YouTube, guys. It's very cool looking, by the way. But anyway.
If I might
yeah.
ask real quick, are we doing the questions that are there already and then just taking questions, or is it just like?
Yeah, we go through the main questions and then we do the open Q&A section.
Oh, okay, all right.
All right, with that said, let's move on to number 3, which a lot of people
Let's
tend
do
to
it.
like ask to skip it, but if you don't want to, that's all you. Has the
I
team
got
had to
it.
deal with
I
any
got it.
drama in the community?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, everyone's seen it. It was an embarrassingly public endeavor.
Many times.
many a
Yeah.
times.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
yeah,
it's up to you
there- I
guys if you
think
wanna
I
talk
think
about it.
that I mean you don't really I feel like getting deeper into it is there's no real point. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it's up to you
I
guys.
just
You
think
guys can talk what you
Most
wanna
of it
talk
was
about.
just chalked up to what I was complaining about earlier, like poor communication and not properly phrased criticism. That just kind of created a general negative bubble that brewed up for a while until both sides were just firing off at each other.
Yeah.
We've all learned from it. We've all gotten a bit better at public relations.
Yeah.
I've made an active effort to be less active on my main Twitter. I'm just gonna sit in my corner making stuff because
Observe. Yeah.
if I just keep looking at this stuff, I'm gonna make myself upset, and then if I make myself
Yeah.
upset, I'm gonna do something impulsive. Say something impulsive and stupid, and so I'm not gonna do that anymore.
Yeah, sad thing for me is I get that, but damn, I feel guilty for not interacting with people that have been following me for ages now.
Yeah.
That's one thing
It's
I'm
entirely
always
fair.
dealing with. Yeah.
But it does
It's-
make
it's all
when you
internal.
put something out, after a while, it makes that experience so much more rewarding because people are like, "Oh, you're
Yeah.
back! You did the things," and
Yeah.
it's like, "Oh, cool." They
Well,
did
here's the
care.
thing, though. I've been consistent, like week after week for like a few years now.
That's
I think I took like maybe like 2 weeks off, streaming wise, like 3 days a week for like 1 year, and then 1 year after that, just took 2 weeks. But yeah, I don't know. I used to do a lot more, but you know, big deal. Drama for me personally, nah, and yet, not yet. We'll see. But yeah, yeah.
Keep a cool head, even if you see something that pisses you off, and then
Yeah.
you should be square.
I think there was one thing I
Wish I'd have
did
learned that sooner.
talk about. I think a few months ago, and then I went silent for like a week or two. I forget what it was. I was playing like, whatever. It's the past. But yeah, staying chill is kind of the best avenue you got to avoid drama.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. All right. Let's move on to number 4, shall we? Does anyone on the team have any advice to give to the community? Which I guess it's going to be, criticism.
I have a good few talking points.
All right. Go ahead.
Specifically to musicians, I think, and I've said this on stream a good several times. Your stuff isn't gonna sound like everyone else's. It's not gonna sound as professional. It's gonna sound a bit clunky, and the sound profile isn't gonna be the same. And you're gonna hear that, and you're gonna hear everyone else's shit, and you're gonna be like, "Why isn't it the same? Why isn't it good?"
Fell out of the boat.
Oh, yeah, that happens. It's all right.
All right.
His Wi-Fi is abysmal. But you're gonna hear other people's stuff, and you're gonna hear your own stuff, and you're gonna think, "Why doesn't it sound the same?" It comes with time.
Yeah.
Just be patient with yourself more so.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna get there, but it's just gonna take some work.
It's gonna take. That's the key word, work. It's not just gonna happen out of the blue without effort. If it was easy, it wouldn't be called work now, would it?
Yeah, just keep at it. I think giving up because your stuff isn't immediately. I see too
Popular,
many
yeah.
people do that. Giving up because
Yeah.
your stuff isn't not immediately popular. It's just because
OC
it isn't immediately
mods!
how you want it to sound. It's just if your stuff isn't immediately on the level that you want it to be, if it isn't immediately up to par with some of the best, don't
Yeah.
immediately jump ship because everything takes time.
But yeah, I get that. Xbox Live. I'm just reading the chat. But yeah, I get that entirely. Like, I don't really watch other streamers or anyone doing stuff I'm doing, and I'm doing just fine with doing my own fucking thing, essentially. But I have
Entirely fair, yeah.
friends. I have other friends in the streaming space that do watch other streamers, and they get frustrated about not hitting the same numbers and all that. Who
Yeah,
cares
it's
what?
really
Who
easy
cares
to.
what they're doing? Do you?
Exactly. Yeah.
Just-
Yeah.
Who
that's
cares?
something
So
I
just have
struggle-
patience.
It's okay to be
I-
envious,
even
but
then
don't let it, control
Yeah.
what you're doing.
Yeah, 'cause-
Even at the end of the day, if you're not hitting the same numbers as anyone else, if you're not
Yeah.
doing it the same way as anyone else, if you're not getting the same level of
Mhm.
success, like regardless of what you do, no one can do it like you do it because
Yep.
everyone is unique in the way that they do these things,
Essentially,
and there's always gonna be a certain person that just likes what you bring to the table.
Question. Did I miss a new question, or has this just been the end of the question 3?
Oh no! Question 4 is: do you have any advice to give to the community? Red TV was going on he had a few points he wanted to bring up. It's
Yeah, my bad.
all good. We're just here to chill and just chat about FNF. That's the baseline of interviews.
And I'm now 3rd in the order, so it works.
It's more of a podcast than an interview, technically.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's like a joke because
It counts as a podcast on YouTube too. It's in that algorithm.
Oh, cool.
for those
Yeah.
who know, that mod we made for Scrumbo's birthday was the song was called Podcast.
It's
It was
called
based on an inside
podcast.
joke.
Yeah. Okay. So the question was, because I've been dealing with technical issues.
I was
for
at the
that
beginning of
past-
today, not gonna lie. But yeah, before we continue, for everyone asking to come up and speak, please wait until we're out of the main line questions, and then we'll have the devs select people to come up and ask their questions.
Yes.
So just please be patient. Anyway, continue.
I was just saying, why did you draw me farting?
You
sorry.
said cotton.
I've my train of thought just got completely derailed.
Oh my
He does
God.
that. That's what Cotton does every fucking time. I swear to God.
Goodness. Okay, so
Hey, Stealth FNF's
advice
here.
you said. Advice for I don't know. It's like I think Red put it very well in the sense of it's like just it's okay to take inspiration from the people and the projects that you look up to, and especially because there's so much talent in this in this sphere. There's so
Definitely.
much talent, so many talented artists, so many talented musicians, programmers, charters. I'm gonna throw one out to the charters out there. Shout out.
Yeah.
Shout out.
We have a
Um,
shout out question later. You
Yes, yes.
yeah, you can just say
but-
Oh, I know exactly who I'm gonna shout
Well,
out.
There's
for that.
probably
Well,
they're
you-
probably on here. Who knows? They might be on this Discord.
They're not on here, but
Maybe.
Something I've noticed when it comes to making projects is they're always so much more successful and enjoyable if you don't treat it like work. If
Yeah.
you're like, okay, I have to get the best people on my mod. I have to get the best project, and this thing's gonna be great. It's gonna be exactly how I envision it. If it's just you and some friends messing around doing stuff that you're enjoying, that is the best experiences I've ever had with FNF when it comes to mod making. That's my 2 cents about that.
Yeah, chat's bringing up. Don't forget cover creators. There's some really good ones out there. I actually interviewed
Yeah.
AG covers a while ago. Actually,
Cool.
very cool guy. Actually, pretty chill. By the way, Stealth FNF is in the stream chat on YouTube.
Hello.
hello.
Hello there. They
I
said
don't know.
they're a big fan of Mario's Madness. I'm still baffled at how the Mario's Madness devs managed to pull off such a big mod at that caliber.
A lot of time.
A lot of time. Yeah.
Time,
of
effort, and a
time.
lot of sweat. Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's. I'm ready to move forward with the
Alright.
creation.
All right. Yeah, advice. Well, generally what they said, I agree with. Like, try to do your own thing. You can take inspiration from it, but just don't outright, take it.
Yeah.
I know some recent mods recently have gotten to their own stuff, but we're not going to talk about that today. We already talked about it.
I
last
just
week.
this is another thing that's kind of on the flip side of that though. Don't let anyone tell you what from start to finish what to do. What like
Yeah.
don't because if you just keep doing a formula and keep doing it the exact same way as someone
It
else
gets
over and
stale.
over again, like don't be afraid to experiment because people I'm seeing a lot of nowadays falling into the same thing, all songs following the
pitfalls.
same beats, the same formula, and it's just when you see a big intense song from start to finish with like a key progression change in the middle and then like a lyric section near the end, like unless it's done really well, it can be oversaturated at a point. Like, so I think just like don't actively go out of your way to be like I'm breaking trends, I'm doing something unique, but just don't try and conform to the same thing every single time. Don't be afraid to just do something that if you want to try something but think, oh, that's not going to fit into what people are doing, that's not going to be popular, do it anyway. Who cares?
Make your own thing.
Exactly. If you're trying to impress somebody on the internet, you might be wasting your time, honestly, in most
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
cases. 90% of cases, but have fun with it first and foremost. And if you want to put effort into it, don't be discouraged if it doesn't get attention.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for frick's
Yeah,
sake, I talk about,
do it for you. Always do it for you.
Yeah, like
Never
for
do it with the sole
example,
intention to appease.
like for example, like Monday, I'm I'm not really playing an FNF stream for Monday. I'm gonna play like f***ing Monster Hunter or some shit.
Mhm.
Huge fan
yeah,
of that,
dude.
but I know for a fact no one's gonna freaking watch it. But do I give a damn? No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had similar conversations with Pinkaru about it's like
Yeah.
the FNF stuff. That's what gets the numbers, right?
Yeah, I get that
So,
all the time.
I can imagine as a streamer it gets kind of disheartening sometimes.
Oh, trust me, it does. Especially during the
Yeah.
beginning of certain seasons.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
like,
why
the
when
game
I
is-
started streaming, when I did start doing streams every so often, I did make a promise to myself at the very beginning and said I'm never going to stream FNF because then that's all people are going to ever ask for.
Yeah. I mean, I at
So
one
I'm only
point,
gonna
like,
stream what I want to stream.
I have an example of how I did exactly what you said. Yeah, I got stuck in the same game. Little side tangent here. Back when I first started streaming, it was Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia was
Oh.
my game.
Uh,
But here's the thing: after 300 hours, I really fucking hated Phasmophobia.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
mean,
I feel like I
it's-
couldn't do anything else but that to grow. But eventually, I said, you know what, f- it, I'm just leaving. And here I am.
yeah.
There is always such thing as too much of a good thing. Also, incredible
Yeah.
drawing. Oh my god.
Yeah, Con does that stuff all the time during these interviews. He's actually my co-host for the main stuff, but yeah.
It's like it's like we're having like a nice polite discussion at this table, and then over off in the corner there's some little Kremlin just throwing rocks at us every
Yes.
now and then.
That's what I love about these interviews.
But they're
It's
not
like a
rocks, they're
family-
crumpled pieces of paper, and you open them up and it's that.
Yeah,
Like a nice
it's-
family chat. We're all sitting in like sofas or chairs
Podcast
around like a
room.
big round table, and then the little toddler of the family like runs up and then like slams a drawing of us on the table that's like crudely drawn, and then runs away back into the corner. Just
You get
And I wouldn't have it any other way.
I love it. Sir Pillow reference. Let's fucking go.
oh, I didn't even realize I was doing it. I just,
Yeah,
I
the-
just
the-
have a funny table.
That's the same
I
as
can do
doing the
this.
Mr. Crab. It's like doing the Mr. Krabs leg running.
Mhm.
I love it. Huge fan of
What an
Sir Pillow
iconic
as well.
sound.
I know, right? And then oh wait.
Little Mr.
By the way,
Krabs
I
one.
actually did. If you know terminal montage, this slap sound effect. I kind of
Uh-huh,
took
yeah.
that for. I can't play it here because it's not on this Discord, but basically I said, "Can you lock the f in already?" It does the terminal montage slap. So whenever
Yeah.
I
Dude.
start failing at like Smash Bros, my Discord just fucking spams it.
It just does that.
Hey, it works. If it works, it works. But yeah, I think we're good to go on the next one.
Let's do it.
Alright. Okay, time to get into the nitty gritty stuff. So, what was the hardest thing to code for the mod, if you can describe?
I don't know about this because I joined fairly late in, but I know Fried has an answer because he's been there for a while.
I know,
Yeah.
I've been there since March
Take it
2022.
away.
I have
Take it
seen
away.
everything.
Literally.
What's the first?
Yeah.
So-called freethinkers.
Mm.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the hardest thing to code, as far as I know, was the overworld. The overworld took
that
about
was
like
sick.
it took like a few months. It took like over like 7 months.
Hmm.
It was a hurdle through development. It was like the main thing for a while.
Everyone
but
uses
then-
this for your mods. Are you kidding me?
So
Sorry,
like,
read stage chat.
I don't think the pathways are coded that like badly, but I don't know. But that's pretty much the hardest thing that was coded in. I don't think there was really any other like mechanics or such that was hard to code.
Fair
A lot
enough.
of things were done within like a week.
Yeah, chat brings up coding is the backbone for any game. But yeah, I made an analogy a while
Oh, yeah.
back on the interview account that without a coder, you literally have no game. You have an OST with
Yeah.
nothing to play.
Unlimited games,
Mhm.
but no games.
You have a
Yeah,
concept.
basically, yeah. I made that on the Twitter account ages ago. I can't bring it up anymore, but I made like an analogy where the directors are the brain, the coders are the back, the skeleton in a sense. I forget what the whole analogy is, but I gotta ask Zen Cal. They made it.
The
clear.
musicians are the
I
sphincter, but
trust.
they make
I
slop.
trust.
No, musicians are the blood that's flowing through the veins.
I trust
Fair
that
enough.
it was badass.
Oh yeah, fair
Um,
enough. That's a pretty quick question.
Yeah.
All right. So for each member, which song did you have the most fun making?
Oh god, this is such a hard one for me.
Yeah.
No,
We're
I'll
getting
let the
into the
others go
harder
first because I need to
questions.
think on it.
Some of these are hard
mine's
questions.
easy.
Yep.
This one's really easy for me. Just because when it comes to everything that is out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I worked on Unbeatable and All Stars, and Unbeatable dog section easily. So much fun. I just sat there and just in like a couple nights, I just cranked that out. I had so much
Mm-hmm.
fun with the chords and the bouncy little bass line. It's
Unbeatable reference. Chat, go nuts.
That's the only part of Unbeatable I wasn't involved in because he was like, I haven't got a solo song for this mod. I just want to do this bit entirely myself. And I said, go ahead because I know you can.
It felt good to just lock in and be able to do that on my own and sit there and be proud of it, right? So it was nice.
And you should still be proud of it. It's really fucking good. It's held up incredibly.
I
Yup.
swear,
honestly,
locking,
I agree.
Locking, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I have a bad habit of interrupting.
You're good.
That's okay. Go ahead. You are like the interview guy, to be fair.
Nah, I'm sorry. You go ahead, guys. I gotta be a little bit professional here. A little bit.
No worries, man. No worries.
No, it's all right. What about you, Fry? Do you have a favorite?
Oh, you know my answer.
Do I know your answer?
Do we?
You know the thing that we worked on? Axe 4. That shit was cranked out within like 2 days.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And it was so fun to make because I had so many ideas.
I think it's about time I do like a replay through of the mod on stream at some point because I did that for like the Hazy River mod like a year ago.
Oh,
I remember streaming it. I remember streaming it back in December. I still remember key moments. I remember being tired as shit during Unbeatable, and I actually get KO'd by missing one note during a transition section. I think
That's a common thing I've noticed about people playing Madness is they're so tired by the point they get to Unbeatable that the song just mogs them every time.
Yeah. At that point, I wasn't, as I guess not trained. I didn't have as much durability in a sense to stream for that long. Focusing that long. Locking in is therapeutic as hell, but then it becomes a detriment like 4 hours in.
Yeah.
And mods don't need to be 4 hours, by the way.
Yeah, no, because the thing is, you're sitting there and you're playing FNF for 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
It's like
it wasn't a bad 3 hours. Trust me, it was very fun.
Exactly. No, the content itself can be great, but at the end of the day, you're still sitting there hitting the same 4 keys to a rhythm game for that, and that's why I think streamers that play FNF I have so much respect for because they will do like multi-hour sessions, especially if they're doing multiple mods in like one night. And I'm just sitting there going, I would be so exhausted. And they probably are.
This is a public service announcement to everyone who's going to play Funkin' at Freddy's when it comes out, by the way. That mod is going to kill you if you try and do it all in one session.
Breaks.
Don't do it all in one session.
Accepted.
Take breaks.
Challenge
No,
accepted.
take breaks. Like,
No. You don't understand. I remember streaming 37 mods in one fucking sitting.
Dude.
8 hours. 8 hours.
What is wrong with
What?
you?
I am
What is your problem?
chaotic. I was doing the. I'm not joking. You can find it on the playlist. It was for the third mod jam, the third game jam. It was
I just worry because
people
people were so tired by the time they got to Unbeatable, and there's like so much finale stuff for FAF that I worry that that's just going to kind of ruin the experience overall because it just keeps going.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to the 4th. Monkey Boy brings a point. Yeah, the thing is, I got a little bit burned out after that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
37 mods. Some of them did not work, mind you. And given that I didn't want to, it was like a freaking. I think it was like a Sunday, and I streamed it's like 4 p.m. to like almost midnight.
God,
dude, it was fun. Don't get me wrong, but damn, I basically asked like I was on the Game Banana Discord asking like, hey, do you guys have a list for the mod list, the game jam? And 52, I think his name is. He said, sure, I can DM it for you. He actually gave me the judges Excel file with all the lists on it.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, he even had the download link and everything. But yeah, I downloaded all those that night and just like, you know what? F it. I'm going to play all of them. Doesn't mean efficiently. Miss 52. Yeah, I gave you the list. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't expecting 52 to actually just, give me essentially their freaking, their list of all the mods in the damn mod jam.
Was that the Game Banana Jam?
Yeah, it was.
Dude, oh my gosh, I wish our team finished because me and a few friends of mine we entered. The song is still unfinished, but
Fourth Wall
there's some
Jam,
really
yes.
cool stuff. Yeah, the Fourth Wall one.
Yeah.
God, what my favorite one from that? I'm sorry if you don't mind. May I?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, favorite one from that. I think the people on that were like Crimson, Kumi, and it was the one where Anonke, I think is what it was called, where you had to like type in a code.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
And all of the art had like an ASCII filter over it.
It was sick looking.
It all looked like
Anunnaki.
ASCII. That was so cool. Yes.
Anaki, I think it's pronounced.
Anonke? Because there's two N's where
Ananke. Ananke.
Yeah. I remember they showed that to me. They showed that to me before the jam deadline. I was like,
my ears just started ringing. What the hell? All right. Anyway, all right. Is everyone?
no.
Oh, what the hell happened? Discord just.
Oh,
muted
I don't
everybody.
know.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I was wondering. Okay.
I thought that was me. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no. Discord is having a moment.
Thanks, Discord.
Hey, Twitch,
Yeah, I got-
YouTube has not YouTube. Twitter does the
Program
same
made by
thing.
geniuses.
I know, right?
mm.
And now they're gonna have an EA boss that's gonna
Discord
ruin
is
everything.
lost.
For fuck's sake. All right. Well, did everyone answer number 6?
Oh no, I didn't. What was the question again?
What was your for each member? Which song did you have the most fun creating?
Right. Yeah, this is so hard because I think out of all of the tracks that are public right now of mine, the Madness 3 are the ones I had the most fun doing, but for all for different reasons. Because when I initially joined, the first track I made was Bad Day. Just because I heard the original old version of Bad Day, and even aside of the grievances, hold on.
All good.
Okay, even aside from the grievances I have with Nova 64 as a person because of what he did, just that version of the song, considering what it was based on, it wasn't everything it could have been. And I was on Funkin at Freddy's with Marco way before I even joined Madness, and I was saying, can I please remake that song? Can I please? And he's like, yeah, like if we do anything in future, sure. And then Nova did what he did, and Nova got booted out, and I got pulled in to replace him, and I was like, that's the first thing I'm doing, and I did it in like the first couple days that I was there, I'm pretty sure.
So would you say that was
just-
the most fun?
No, that's the thing. Like that, all of them were really fun. Alone, I had fun doing because I got to repurpose a really old draft into something more than that, and I got carried away, and I did the singing and all of that. And then Unbeatable was just a blur from start to finish. Just pulling in all of my friends, being like, "Okay, your turn," like tossing the FLP back and forth like a hacky sack. And then I think Fried remembers this. I don't know if you were there, Scrumbo, but at the very end of making Unbeatable, I had got to the end of the bit where they all sing like one by one, and there was nothing after that, and I was so like, I'm out of ideas.
I gave you the
Yes.
speech.
Yes, no, I was like, I don't know what to do. I have no ideas how to do anything going forward. I don't know how to finish the song, and then Scrumbo, joking around, not actually meaning anything by it, he says to me, right, look, okay, so you got to have all the instruments drop out and have it like a little solo with an electric piano, have Boyfriend do a solo, and then slowly have the instruments come back in and have them all do it together. And he was just blabbing. He wasn't like actually trying to pitch anything serious. And I was like, okay, I'll do that, be right back. And then I deafened for like an hour and finished the song, just cranked it all out, and I undeafened in that server VC, and I was like, guys, the song is done.
I can never overstate because he's gone, right? He's deafened in this call. And then he undeafens and just goes, it's done. He sounds hollow. He sounds like he has been sun-dried for eons.
Yeah, so I come back and I'm like, Unbeatable's done. And I stream the song from start to finish. And then I immediately dive into bed.
Every creativity has a price, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've finished. That would be the second time overall in this community that I have pulled an all-nighter to finish a marathon song and then immediately gone to bed after the fact.
Hey,
There
you
is a big song I made for
fucking
FAF that I'm not allowed to talk about yet,
cooked.
but I was up until like the next morning. I was going on vacation the next day as well.
You went on vacation right after
Yeah.
that.
So I was up for the entire day beforehand, finished the song overnight, didn't sleep a wink, and then had like an 8-hour car journey the next day. I was shattered.
Ouch.
Oh god. But it was worth it. It was so worth it. Can't wait for that to be public so everyone can see what I mean.
Creativity comes at a cost, using all your brain, which is tiring. What do you think? How do you feel?
And I already have a bad enough sleep schedule as is.
Oh, same,
What was
same
that?
here, bro. But yeah, that's how it is with getting these interviews together. Honestly,
Yeah.
I tried to get. I tried to ask the promo team if they wanted to do a promo, but with them on their own projects, the promo team's basically asleep at this point.
Mhm.
But you know,
Got
I
it.
basically just I actually used your Red TV's video as background music for the announcement in a sense. You know, I had to play in the background. We're recording the thumbnail as a teaser.
Oh, which one?
Yeah, you're unbeatable on your YouTube.
Oh.
I just used just had it pulled up in my left monitor, had the thumbnail full screen, and just recorded it and edited it and then put it in the post.
Fair
Very
enough.
simple. Very simple. We don't have the promo team active as much as they used to. A lot of them have a lot more stuff to do since they joined in. But, oh well. I'm still doing what I've been doing for about. Oh crap! It's almost been a year since I started doing this. Actually.
Really?
Yeah,
I
the
don't know why
account.
Happy
about this
anniversary,
reason.
guys! Yippee!
Almost.
For some reason I thought
Almost.
this was a more recent thing.
Well, the Twitter account, yes, but YouTube wise, I've been doing it since the last Doors update came out. FNF Doors.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
That's-
kind of what motivated me to keep doing it. And it came out.
Okay, yeah.
I started just after Step Right Up came out as well. So it wasn't really the same as it is now, where it's more of its own thing. It was more of like an add-on to a stream of me playing through everything. Which a lot of people said, "Why the f are you not doing this as your own video or some stream?" And they say, "Okay, yeah, you got a good fucking point. I'm a certified dumbass." And then 6 months later, once everything was in place, I felt kind of happy of how things are. The account was made on Twitter, and it blew the f up overnight, apparently. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Honestly, favorite song overall is still Unbeatable for me from the main game. I think All Star is my close second, though. Definitely.
Last course.
Yeah.
I think
I miss you, Lost
the
Cause.
instrumental is beautiful.
Yeah, I want to replay that mod all in one sitting again. Honestly.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's been about
Okay.
it's been about a year and a half since then. So
Yeah.
that bad of an idea.
I
God, it
forget
has
how
been a
long
while.
it's been sometimes.
like I did like
It doesn't feel that long.
yeah, it really doesn't. But I did the same thing with like a few years later when I moved from Twitch to YouTube. Like, hey, let's check out this mod I played ages ago. But there's nothing wrong with retread. Like years later, after I started playtesting for mods, started interviewing, since a lot of shit has changed for me in the community.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and it's not like you're just replaying it for no reason either.
Yeah,
It still has
shits
somewhat
and
of an audience
giggles.
holding itself together. Like,
Yeah, it definitely does.
it has an active community even after all this time, which surprises me.
All right, so let's get on to the first Twitter suggested question.
Let's do it. Let's
All
do
right.
it.
Which song was the hardest to produce, like in general?
For just in personal experience or like
Either or.
okay.
I mean, in general, it was probably All Stars because it took so long.
It is
Yeah.
like four phases, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
think it was in limbo from like an older version of Phase 3 and no Phase 4 for like a year, right, Fried?
Yeah, Unbeatable took less time than All Stars did.
Unbeatable took about a month, I think.
Yeah. All Stars took literally like a year.
The entire development cycle.
It's the entire development cycle.
In all fairness,
I-
though, I did stay on top of Unbeatable. I did like once I started, it's like when I've made marathon songs, I do kind of work until it's done, like every day, instead of like taking breaks every so often. So I think that did have a hand in, because not everyone has that workflow. I understand why All Stars, especially considering it was people doing entire acts and not one person mainly overseeing all of it. You know?
I mean, I didn't really oversee it after everything was done.
But I
Mhm.
was
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I was that like how it was like going into it, or did you just wind up with that kind of like role?
Well, the thing is, I got into that role after, like, I finished my work with you on Act 3, and I
yeah.
started thinking about how to make Act 4. I was like, I asked, like, where the, Act 1 and Act 2 FLPs, because I think the mixing is a bit, not up to date with how everything else sounds right now. So I took a
yeah,
month to mix all that again, and then I just sort of put it all together after Act 4 was done.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Like, the second you locked in and the second you started actually, like, overseeing all of it and then cracking down on the development of the song, that's when the ball started rolling. And before that, it was in limbo. The thing why Unbeatable probably took as quick as it did is because there was someone in that role from day one.
Yeah,
like,
that's
overseeing
what I
everything.
was getting at. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad you did lock in, because otherwise that song would never have been finished.
It's no problem.
I haven't actually.
Fried saved All Stars. Everyone say hashtag thank you, Fried Frag.
Hashtag Fred, you fried. I haven't listened to that song in ages, but I think it was if you've seen the previous podcast at some point, I've stated my favorite song of an any FNF mod entirely was Triple Trouble, and I feel like
Really?
that's a very close very close tie for me with All Stars.
I mean, they serve the same purpose story-wise, and they follow roughly the same beats.
Yeah.
True.
That's kind of why. I was an EXE guy, not in the community of it, but more of an observer before FNF came around. So,
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So I don't really have a problem with EXE mods. If you've seen me stream like EXE after EXE, that's because we're having a mod drought right now. Like I didn't even have a mod to play before the interview tonight until like literally like an hour before I went live with the first stream today. Like it's getting very slow lately.
Who's ready for Shitscape?
Yeah, everyone plays Shitscape when it comes out, because if I could describe this mod as a genre, it would be bullshit. There will never be a mod like it, and there has never been a mod like it. It's just if I had to summarize, it's just whatever the hell Scrumbo and his insane friends just want to put in.
They did most. They credit to my insane friends. Yeah.
It's credit salesman, credit markiplier.
Market players, yeah.
We're shilling. Okay, yeah,
it's
I'm
fine.
done.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry.
I mean, we're being given a voice. What kind of voice is that if we can't speak
Don't
our
make
truth?
Me tap the sign. I'm kidding.
No. Someone entered my room and I have a recording sign on.
Read the sign, Bob.
Sorry, EXE mod. That's 10 hours. I'm not doing that one. That's overkill. I did play the Too Many Troubles EXE mod. That is a marathon of 27
10 hours.
minutes.
What?
Yeah, apparently Aisha on YouTube pointed out there is a EXE mod that is 10 hours.
I'm gonna cry.
What are you people doing?
EXE, we have a question about trends in that EXE stuff. We'll talk about that there.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, I played Too Many Troubles. That's 27 minutes of nothing but charting. That's the same level of bass Triple Trouble. First tried it.
Wow, good on you.
Yeah, but well done.
I might not. The thing is, though, I don't play FNF outside of streaming. That is one thing I don't do unless I'm playtesting for like FNF Doors, Blocky Myths, and a few others I can't mention yet.
Okay, yeah.
But there's one thing. There's only one reason why I get invited to those is that my PC is freaky when it comes to mods. You can ask anyone in the stream chats. They'll say like, "Hey, are you gonna break the mod today?" And some of the devs that watch the streams like, how the f did you break it?
No, that's like that makes you the perfect candidate for that kind of stuff. Though.
Basically, you can ask Snow the Fox. You can ask him about.
I feel like we didn't even know existed.
Yeah, no, the perfect game tester is one that can just break.
The one that has the worst PC.
Break the game in every way possible.
I think my problem is my PC's too strong and it acts weird.
I have the same problem. Like, I have an evil ass PC that just rejects certain things. Like, even getting FL Studio to work half the time, you know, the thing I'm supposed to be making music in, is a task and a half because I have to fight tooth and nail with this goddamn machine. Like, sometimes my sound driver will just stop working, so if I try and hit play, the playhead will just freeze.
That is me in Sony fucking Vegas. Straight up. That is me in fucking Sony Vegas. That's why I don't make fucking videos. It crashes every goddamn 5 minutes.
It's cool that the programs that people need to work are always the ones that shit on you the most when you need them.
But don't worry, I'm still cooking.
Yeah.
6 months later. 6 months later.
6 months. Just give me another few months, man. I'm cooking.
Like
Anyway.
eyes bulging, sweat pouring down face. I can make it, I swear! I can make it! Please!
You can't cook for shit. Fuck you, Cotton. You're not even a part of the video I'm referencing, Cotton, so screw
Be
you.
nice to each other.
No, we curse
Spread,
each other all the time.
spread love.
It's me and Cotton's thing.
No, I know, I'm
What
fucking
the
around.
hell? What, cuss a bunch. I want to hear the censor go crazy. Okay, fuck. There you go.
Thank you. I
You're
think we all
welcome.
wanted that secretly.
Yeah.
Morse code AAI. But anyway, I think we're good on number 7.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's keep going.
All right, so question number 8. Do you have any personal favorite mods? You can include your own if you can't think of anything.
Oh, okay. I got it. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
Let him go.
Versus Allegro.
Okay, that's really good.
Yes!
Hell yeah.
Oh,
The
That's-
Sorry,
requantized
that's
or
my
no?
fucking goat.
Requantized or the old, the original?
The old one.
I actually haven't seen the new one. So
I
Requantized
actually
is
interviewed
good.
the new one, actually.
Yeah, the requantize is really good. And the guy reached out to me, asked me to be on a thing, and I'm very tempted, but I am quite busy, so I'm considering. But oh, do you want me to toss you in my place? Because I'd be glad to do that. I'll talk to the guy after.
busy, but that would be so cool.
But yeah, versus Allegro holds a special place in my heart, man.
Absolutely.
First, I played the
Absolutely.
recent mod, and I even interviewed the main dev behind Requantized. I think it's pronounced. Yeah, that was a good bit ago, actually, just before the season 1 finale.
I think it's requantized. I could be wrong,
Requantized.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I interviewed. I interviewed them. Very chill guy.
I have to run off for a quick second. You guys keep going. Okay.
All right, go for it.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, I
Okay.
did a stream of it, William.
So-
This is Viagra.
What? Hey now.
So I'm looking at the interview stage.
Versus
VC.
Viagra finally coming back. Be nice to him.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm trying really hard not to be biased and say
Yeah.
Funkin' at Freddy's, but like,
It's very good. I will give you that. It's really damn good.
not even that. It's just in its current state because even we now on the team are looking back on V1 and being like, that was kind of buns. But like, and this is entirely a me thing because you guys haven't seen what's going on behind the scenes. But like, people keep saying that, people keep shilling this mod all the time. But like, it is going to change the scene when it comes out. I'm telling you, it is. I've never been on a mod quite like it, and I don't think there will be a mod quite like it. It's the development cycle of that mod has been insane. It's the biggest one I've ever been on. The scope is massive, but I think we're over the halfway mark in terms of what's done and what isn't. It's you guys are gonna love it. You guys are gonna love it. I've made, I think, a good 30% of the soundtrack. All of my best work is in that mod, and it pisses me off that I can't make it public because I'm so proud of almost everything I've made for it.
Dude, that's
And also
me.
voice a couple characters in it.
That was me in waiting to get everything I needed to know before this interview was announced. I was so damn excited. I'm a huge fan of it too. But yeah.
But yeah, no. Funkin' at Freddy's is at the moment. I'm biased. I will admit I'm biased because I work on the damn thing and I've seen
Yeah.
the talented people behind it, and I've seen the thing grow as we've worked on it. But like, it's worth it. You'll see. You will all see.
I think I played it ages ago before I moved to YouTube, so there's no video of it. I could also redo it. Well, we're in a mod draw, might as well. But
Oh.
yeah. Anyone else? I know Strumbo's not gonna be back for a minute. Ricky
What about you,
snickering
Frank? You got a favorite mod you want to?
I'd say Hotline, to be honest.
Yes!
Okay, yeah, Hotline's up there as well. Okay, I need to talk about this real quick. Hotline
it. Yeah,
is my love for FNF was dying. I
Yeah.
was on my way out of the community, and then Hotline released,
Mhm.
and that rekindled all of it immediately. I think it was specifically Smoke Bomb, because that's just the kind of genre of music I listen to, regardless outside of FNF. And I heard that, and I was like, okay. So instead of trying to appeal to masses and just do whatever that is
Yeah.
popular. We can just make shit that we want. We can just make. I can have fun with it, and it kind of opened my eyes to that, and
Yeah.
that rekindled my want to do FNF stuff.
Nice. Yeah, the main questions aren't done yet. We're about halfway done, actually.
Oh
And
gosh.
then, yeah, I kind of, I gotta limit these questions sometimes. But
I mean, it is
actually
a
had,
3-man interview, so it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I've had one where we had like maybe like 10 people, and it took like 3 hours. The average, amount of time it takes to get through all 16 is like 2 hours
Oof.
on average. Sometimes even sooner, depending on how many questions are there. There are 16. But I actually have spoken to Saruyuki one time. They were asking. It was actually during one of the early interviews, actually, like maybe before we even hit 500 follows, and they were asking if I played through Hotline because they wanted to see the playthrough. I said, "Hell yeah, I have." But yeah, they also said,
Suruki,
hi
if you're
again,
listening,
like,
I know you're not listening, but Suruki, if you're listening, thank you for Smoke Bomb.
You're my goat.
An interview,
Yeah.
would be fucking sick, actually.
Mm-hmm. They came into my stream chat one time when I was playing Paper Mario, like right near the end, and they just hung out for a bit. And I was like, "What the hell are you doing here?"
Yeah, another thing I do want to get through in these interviews is that people have stuff to do outside of these interviews instead of it just mainly focusing on the content itself as well. Because like during the advice section, I forgot to bring up like a lot of the part of this. The reason I started is that a lot of people don't really think before they post about these people having lives outside of FNF.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. This stuff takes a lot of work and all that, but there's even, they're doing all this stuff and they could be, hanging out with family and doing anything else, And all this stuff is
Yeah.
for free.
I can speak from experience. I have been very wrapped up in real life stuff recently.
Ditto.
It's been a pain.
Ditto,
like,
man.
Yeah, no, we're not content machines. You gotta give us some leeway.
If I could lock in, I probably would, but then I'd be gone for like a month. That's why it's like Monday, Friday, Saturday. Like those are days like I can usually like I still have energy on Monday. Friday I can go all out, and Saturday is like, how much can I get away with in terms of energy?
Yes. I see.
Yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back, Scrumbo. Welcome
Hello?
back. Hello.
Hello.
You're still on number
Hello.
8, so I think are we all good?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you answer Scrumbo?
Remind me what it was?
What's
Do you
your
have
favorite
any?
mod?
What's your favorite mod? You can include
Allegro. Yeah.
Oh yeah, fair enough. All right, well we're halfway done with the interview, so let's go on to number 9. Speaking of what I was just talking about, number 9. If/when each member leaves the community, what will they do? Like future plans outside this community?
Should we just go in order? Or
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you can.
I'll do non-FNF stuff such as Vocaloid songs. That's what I've been trying to get into lately. And that I would also do a bit of side content creation. I've been trying to do that as I've been posting more side stuff, like how I edited my own Killer Chase 2 clip compilation together. That was pretty fun to do.
Yeah. Cotton's like, I like these guys keep interacting with us. Now let's test Fried Frick. What's your OC?
Gosh.
Cotton's asking for your OC. But yeah. Sorry.
On to red.
Oh, is it me? Okay.
Yeah.
I've made it a point that after FAF releases, I'm gonna start phasing stuff out, and phasing FNF stuff out. I'm going to make a voice reel first thing because all my best voice work will be public. So I'll put together a voice reel and I'll start applying for like professional VA jobs.
Hell yeah.
I want to keep music as a hobby. As fun as it is doing it for work, I've learned the hard way through FNF that if I do it too much and just work for everything I can, it becomes very chore-like, and I can't really bring myself to make music if I'm not enjoying doing it.
The burnout hits
So I need
hard.
to practice moderation on music. I want to keep it as a hobby.
Yeah.
Amen.
So I'm gonna do VA stuff, a lot of VA stuff, and I also want to stream more often. I've been saying this for years, Scrumbo knows, but I want to stream a lot more often.
Yeah. What kind of
I also
game?
need to learn to edit.
What kind of streams actually? While we're on that.
Just gaming. I've been all of my streams on my channel currently are just gaming, just
Fair
hanging
enough.
out, low-key stuff. I need to learn how to edit because then I want to put together highlight reels and stuff.
Yeah, I don't have the time for that.
I've opened up Adobe once, looked at all the buttons, got really scared, and then closed it, and I've never tried to edit again since.
Yeah, I don't even try to edit nowadays. Every day, anyway. I maybe like an hour a week. I try to edit something. But other than that, it's just de-stressing from my IRL job. But
Yeah.
that's why I'm not really as active on Discord as much as I used to be. You know? Yeah, this Discord was kind of a ghost town until season 2 started up.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, it kind of goes in and out of inactivity.
Yeah, I'd imagine. There's kind of a.
It happens. I have a main Discord where I'm more active, but you know, I play a lot. I don't really play or talk about FNF outside of the streams. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
me. But this is also
no,
a place
you're
to reach
good.
out to me anyway. So,
Mhm.
so yeah. Anyway, next, Scrumbo.
Yeah. I think I'm already.
Guard
I'm
47?
already in the what?
Guard 47?
Where?
He's on stream.
Oh.
I don't think that's
Oh, hi,
them.
God.
though. I don't know if that's them.
Is that them? Is there a way you can check the channel?
Yeah, I'm trying to, but my freaking Opera GX just fucked up and locked up.
Cool browser.
Excuse me.
Not the first time they showed up, by the way. Like, legitimately.
The
What does
lurker.
Red TV think of Gar 7's new theme, new secret theme? I hope they like it. I haven't heard it. I have not kept up with Garn because no one has really reached out.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Go to channel, and the answer is... yes, actually, that is the
Oh, it is them.
Guard 47, yeah.
Hello, Flimbo. I haven't kept up with Garn all too much because no one from the team has really kept in contact or reached out. I'd be happy to see what you guys have been doing. At some point.
I'm part of the Patreon. They've been cooking, man. Like, I need to get to streaming it at some point. I mentioned that last time we chatted, but a lot of stuff going on.
Those emails.
Yeah, I keep up with it. I keep up with it. 1 hour long. Yeah,
Cool,
dude, these interviews go up to 2 or 3 sometimes. I think the longest is like 5. But yeah, we're not gonna go that far. But yeah, good to see you again, Garn. I have car added. I saw that on the VR chat thing, but I was busy. So it was a rough day. But anyway, respect their work.
What's it called? I think I'm already kind of in the process of slowly phasing out FNF stuff, but I don't ever intend to quit, right? Because at the end of the day, if I have friends who are making FNF stuff and they're enjoying it and I'm enjoying it and I'm like, dude, I want to do this, I'll do it. If it's fun, right? But I'm planning to spend a lot more time not dedicated to that. When it comes to, I do want to do, because my passion I've found lies in soundtracks. So I've been doing more stuff for like Block Tales or Pillar Chase, right?
Yeah.
And I want to eventually like do more full-on games, and at some point I'd really want to start making games of my own, as I always have ever since I was a kid. But I also I started pursuing bartending as like an actual job while I do,
Hell yeah, man.
You can tell me about that. I didn't know about that.
It's recent.
I can see you as a bartender, you know?
By the way, Garn says, hope you guys are doing well. Love you guys.
You too.
Grins and bares my teeth.
Always cool to see Garn on these interviews sometimes.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to the Garn guys in a little while.
I think he joined the Chibi Sprinkles interview actually for a minute.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that was like.
I just got a Discord DM from Flumbo that says Jersey Club awesome. Thank you, Flumbo. I had something to say and I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna build off of what Scrumbo just said and go back very briefly to the thing of advice. To advice to everyone like who is willing to listen and accept advice regarding making FNF stuff. When the fun stops, don't feel like you need to keep going. If you're not
Don't-
having fun
don't force it.
anymore, you're not going to be because if you try and force it, you're not going to be able to produce anything that you like. I learned that the hard way. I only really work on stuff if I know 100% I'm going to be able to follow through on it nowadays. If I don't enjoy something, I can't bring myself to make stuff for it.
Yeah.
So
that
it's
was-
just
yeah.
when the fun stops, stop.
Hmm.
That's my advice.
Stop, get some rest, and come back to it another time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Simple
that
as
might
this.
work.
Don't ever
Yeah.
feel like you need to do something.
Yeah, that was me like last Monday where like nothing felt right at all. Like mentally, I don't know. Something was going on with me that day, and I just said, you know what? I'm not gonna stream. Just gonna vibe. Boots
fair
up No Man's Sky to play for like 6 hours.
Real quick, shout out to No Man's Sky for like having a horrible launch and then actually like improving and
Cooking.
like filling out the game. Yeah.
Yes. That's
I remember
had
my
to-
dad-
No Man's Sky. I should check it out.
My dad went on a huge
it's very
No
chill.
Man's Sky kick for a while, especially with the PSVR.
Yes, the VR port. I need to stream that again. It's been ages.
Yeah.
But I went through the same thing with Cyberpunk as well. But that was like very recent.
As someone who played that on launch, I had so much
Same.
fun.
Same. I didn't have a problem with it. I don't care. Like it's like
there
for
were
me,
some
like,
bugs,
empty
but I'm the
hours.
kind of exactly. I'm the kind of guy who's I see like a car glitching out and flying. I'm like,
I
that's
find that
funny.
exactly.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Hell yeah. I'm fine with glitches, man. I mean, Gary's mod makes fun of like glitches all the time. Like, that's
Grew
my
up
kind of
on Gary's
humor.
mod.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Same vibe. But yeah, I mean, chat knows how much I love glitches in these during the FNF playthroughs.
Yeah.
If you want to see premium glitching or breaking down of a mod, look up my playthrough of Blue Pen Drive, the mod made by Snow the Fox.
Oh yeah.
I
Okay.
broke it 12 times at least in front of
12?
Fuck.
At least. That's how I got into FNF playtesting.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll do it.
Yeah, I think he has a slight grudge against me. Since
Oh.
then. I play into it. Like he just released a mod recently, Rewrite. He was coder for it. I said, okay. I ping Snow like, okay, let's see how many times I break it this time, my guy, with a wink.
I didn't know that was the rewrite guy. Rewrite
Yeah.
is sick now, by the way.
Yes.
With the old version of the mod, I didn't initially get it, but now seeing the new version and seeing how much they've all improved, like shout outs to Rewrite.
Hell yeah. And then Snow's on a spree of finding people claiming to be the coder. Okay, I'll fact check essentially those kinds of comments. But yeah, Snow and I think I like to think me and Snow are good friends. He's a very chill guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone answered number 9, by the way. I think we went on a tangent
Yeah.
because Garn.
I think so, yeah.
Cool to see you again, Garn. But yeah, I don't know if he's still here. Anyway, question number 10. Does the team have any good friends in the community they'd like to shout out?
Yes!
Oh, too many.
So many.
We'll go in order,
Let's keep
probably.
it to top 5 at least.
Top 5. Great.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Now he just put me on the spot. I'll find my
Sorry.
friend.
Doggo shows up.
Man, well, I can shout out the people that are here. Red, Scrumbo, Decoy, Frederick, Ash. Strike, he's not here.
Oh.
Persona Random, that's my goal.
Just such a positive guy.
Yeah, but shout outs Persona Random. That
Heck
very,
yeah.
very, very positive guy.
And
This
my
community
other
needs more
friends.
positivity.
Yeah.
Other friends, Asa, Lana, and Edra.
Yeah.
That's
So, I have a good few shout outs, but most of my shout outs, a good couple. I wouldn't. Scrumbo would normally be my first, but he's right here. So I want to shout out my good buddy Neobeat. He was my first friend in the community. He's the one that dragged me onto that mod, and made it so that I met Scrumbo and kind of moved upwards. And also, he's just one of the best composers that I've ever known.
So talented, but never has
He's
any
so
stuff that
talented.
they can
He
actually
never
upload.
uploads anything.
Other
He's so crazy talented, and he learned how to do art, and now I can say he's one of the best artists I know. And
Oh, yeah, no, I
it
remember-
took like 1 year.
I remember I was like teaching him how to do art, and then he's now far surpassed me.
It's insane.
It was insane.
So
There's a
yeah,
lot of
shout out
talented people.
to Neobeat. Shout out to Rasthetic. Rasthetic has been there
Mhm.
when many others would not. Many others would have walked out. He's also a really positive guy, almost overwhelmingly so. He has a very big personality, but he's one of my best friends, and he facilitated this this meetup that me and Scrumbo and a couple of our other friends had last year. I've never met up with any online friends before because mostly because I've never really felt like I belonged in any circle that I was in until this group of friends, really.
Relatable.
Yeah.
And these lot are keepers, and so we had this whole trip up to where Wrath lives, and we just hung out for like 4 days. And I think those are the best days in my recent life, really.
Yeah.
A shout out to my buddy Tapwater. He's also a very good composer, but he hates composing, and he's also just a really fun guy.
Yeah.
He's another one with a big personality that takes a little bit to get used to, but once you do, he's a really genuine, sweet guy. Shout outs to I would say Marco, but I mean everyone already knows Marco, but I don't think enough people appreciate Marco as a person. People appreciate him as an artist, sure, but not enough people take the time to get to know him, and he's just a great guy. He's a really sweet guy. Who else? God, there's so many people. There's so many people.
How many
Marco
was
mentioned
that?
number 2.
I think that was 4. So I have one more.
Yeah.
Shout outs to a friend of ours who isn't in the FNF community, but who goes by Dreamy Clowns online.
Oh yes.
She hosts a D&D campaign we're in, and she's also really sweet, and she's very talented. She draws art at a rate and consistency that I've never seen anyone draw before. It's scary.
Yeah.
And yeah, she's a very positive influence to be around. Over to you, Scumble.
I'm honestly I'm
Scumble.
thankful that you guys checked off a lot of the boxes, that because there's so many people, like everybody that these two have shouted out, I would have shouted out as well.
We all share so many friends is the thing. We're all in so many circles together.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go with shout out Sturm. Big inspiration to me. One of the first, like, concrete, not one of the, I wouldn't say one of the first, but one of the most powerful friendships that I've made in this community. Ironic, even though he came in kind of later, the thing about Ironic specifically is I click with him in the same way I click with my IRL friends, which doesn't really happen a lot when it comes to like online, right? And then Polar Vortex, an absolute sweetheart.
Polar!
Absolute sweetheart.
Polar's another one that's just really positive that I don't think a lot of us would, he's integral to a lot of us. He's such a sweet guy.
I've heard the name before, but it just now flashed over like, oh yeah, that one.
Yeah,
I've heard of them.
Been around, doing his own play Monster Employer, by the way, on Roblox. Monster Employer.
Note it down.
We're
Can't play
gonna
because they took away everything.
we're gonna hit Icy. We're gonna Ice Boy.
Yes, Icy.
Iconic Ice Boy Churgny song.
I
but
wish I could
also
talk to Icy
just
more.
Chat's asking for the name of the Roblox game again.
Monster Employer. Yeah. I'll
Monster
find a link in
Employer.
a second.
Monster
and then
Employer songs.
I have so many. Oh my gosh. Literally everyone, all of my friends, but last one by name I'll hit is, I mentioned them earlier, Markiplier, another one of the first people I met when I was in BandBud's community server, the Goblin Cave. The shout out Market. I remember because they made, like, they were known for sandboxing. Because they made sandboxing. If anyone remembers Friday Night Sandboxing. They've since done more stuff, and we there was a period of time where the two of us would just make mods together. And 5 is evil because there's so many other people that I would shout out, but also, time. So if you know me, I'm shouting you out right now. You at home.
Big pointing finger at the screen.
Hell yeah! Yeah, you.
Me.
That's right. Yeah.
This is some
Yeah.
Dora the Explorer shit.
You beat me
And,
to the punch, you bastard.
John the Echidna, who I know from that one post about the where the Mario characters are doing the Family Guy bit, and where it's like I really didn't care for it that much. Where it's the one where they're talking about the movie. I can't remember what yeah, Galaxy. Okay, yeah, it was Galaxy. Thank you. I'm done.
Nice.
I wish I knew what you're talking about. That sounds funny.
You saw that post? It's a Twitter post from
Alright.
ages ago.
All right, we're good at number 10. Move on to number 11.
Yep.
All right.
I need to say something right now. I
Alright.
don't know if I'm going to be able to be here the whole time because I do have some other plans tonight.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah, let's move on to number 11. Did you have any inspirations
it.
for your work?
Oh, a good few.
These questions
Well-
get a little bit harder as time goes on.
Yeah.
Well, let me see. You two are both my inspirations for my work
Aw.
because I listen to y'all's music and I really like a lot of it. I really
We
like a lot of it,
vibe.
so I put that into my music. But besides from that, one of the main inspirations that I've had mainly like right now is John Joy Tay.
Yes.
Such good VGM tracks, bro.
Such good VGM.
Heck yeah.
And let's see, there's it's John Tay and I think that's really, except for lately, the Deltarune soundtrack.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Toby Fox as well. I mean, Toby Fox kind of goes without saying. I feel like a lot of people in this community have migrated from Undertale spaces. I
Yeah.
certainly
Yeah.
did.
And the
Yeah.
EXE spaces. There's a lot of variety.
Oh, yeah.
Nowadays.
There's a lot of overlap.
I
there.
still have not finished chapter 4 yet.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
My
you're an
noise
shit.
suppression. My noise suppression didn't pick that up. I just made like a horrid squeal because you said that.
I have not finished it yet. I did
You
chapter
are in
3
for
in
some
one
shit.
sitting.
Yeah, I mean, chapter
Yeah.
3 is kind of easy to do in one
I
sitting.
really liked it. I really liked chapter 3.
Tenna's my favorite character in fiction recently.
Yeah, Raven, I was playing Smash Bros. Online earlier on live stream. I was playing Smash earlier. like 4 hours ago. You try to play there? Maybe Monday. We'll see. I don't really play that much. Tell me next time. I have a main Discord, dude. Anything outside of FNF is ping. That's pinged is gonna be on the main Discord, not the interview Discord.
Oh.
Is Fred? Do you have any more? Or are you good?
No, I think it's just y'all and John Tay and then
Alright.
Toby Fox.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
For me, I mean, Toby Fox again goes without saying. Also, a lot of my friends, I take a lot of inspiration, particularly from what I consider kind of one of the main circles that I'm with, that being Scrumbo, Resthetic, and Sturm.
Mm.
I've taken a lot of musical advice from that entire sphere. This is the problem because there's so many different varied. In some of my more recent tracks, some of the stuff for Funkin' at Freddy's, I've taken inspiration from. I don't know if anyone knows Michael Wyckoff, the composer of games like Duck Season, Boneworks, Bone Lab.
Yes. I've heard their work.
So,
I played Bone Lab.
Yeah, it's very good, very good.
Very
Who
nice.
else? Nico Patti.
Yes.
Of Nico's Next Bots fame. Incredible Polo. If anyone knows the Incredibox soundtrack, or just any of his albums. He does a lot of a cappella stuff, which I don't know. That's why I've been trying to slowly incorporate more like lyrical stuff and more vocal stuff in general in the backgrounds of my songs, because it just adds a lot. But yeah, a lot of musical inspirations recently. I think I could. Those are the only three I could really name off the top of my head, but there are more. I just think that I need a bit more I'd give a more fleshed out answer on my own time because I'd actually have like a list or something I'd be able to write out.
Yeah.
I got a list. Here's the order of the list that's it. It just,
Yoko
That's all.
Shimomura, composer of the Mario and Luigi RPG series.
Yes.
Oh, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, that's it. Sorry, it's getting really drawn out.
all good.
I'll toss it over to
Alright.
Scrumbo.
No,
All right.
I'll take it. When it comes to, well, first of all, I feel like me and a lot of other people like me or just a lot of other people in general, like, inspiration is so much more active than you realize because we're always absorbing things. We find something in a song that we like, and we're like, I like that. And then that will just kind of sneak into the back of our head, and then it will reflect within what we create, right?
Yep.
So, it's hard to nail down a few specific people because, of course, I'm going to say the same thing. Say it with me, everybody. Toby Fox, right?
Toby
Yep.
Fox.
Toby
Um,
Fox.
Huge inspiration. I need. Okay. Toby Fox is forefront a storyteller, an insane storyteller. Not only within his writing, not only within his world building, but his music. And that is if I were to say any one thing about Toby Fox that inspires me, it is the amount of storytelling that goes into the music, amount
Yes.
of thought, like building this area, using specific instruments to invoke these specific feelings, using leitmotifs to carry over, like specific, like to just sprinkle stuff in. So you'll listen and you'll hear that and you're like, wait, no, so that means this is correlated to this. It opens up a whole new level of narrative cohesion. Thank you, Monkey Boy. That word is that's a great phrase. But there's also so many because music itself is so wide. As a thing. So Red TV, Sturm, Fried, Wrath, Ironic, Greg.
Greg.
I don't know Greg
Yes.
personally, but Greg walked in and changed so much about a lot of music in the FNF. Just opened people's eyes to go, oh, we can do that?
Mm-hmm.
I think Greg's been following me for a while. Actually, hold on. Is he following?
Yeah, Greg.
I've only gotten the chance to speak to the guy like twice. He's a very odd fellow, but he
is.
knows his way around a song.
Yeah,
I
pretty
love
chill
that.
guy.
FL Studio Trial.
Yeah, he does it all in the trial
Trial.
version of FL Studio. He hasn't paid for that program. He's using very limited features, and he can't like properly save his stuff. He needs to get someone else to do it for him, which is scary to think about.
Yeah. It's
But
like
then
he's
there's-
shackling himself from using his full potential.
Yeah, and people have
Yeah.
offered to buy it for him, and he's like, nah.
I know. I
I-
prefer it to be locked.
When it comes to outside of stuff like FNF and video games, so Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails, I love some of the ambient stuff that guy does, and the soundtracks that he's put together are insane. Underscores,
Yes.
specifically Wall Socket. That album is insane. Another really good example of musical storytelling. Wall Socket. Incredible album. R.R. Thiel, which is a little back into the
R.R.
video
Thiel!
Yes!
Tay,
What about R.R.
um,
Thiel?
and one of my favorite bands of all time, Smash
Aye,
Mouth.
aye, Hell yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Based.
Oh, I forgot to add gorillas to my answer. Sorry. I
Oh
like
my god,
gorillas.
me too.
Queen's Mind. Also.
I have shamed my 4 Gorillas t-shirts that I have.
You bring shame on your wardrobe, my son.
Aye,
Shame.
Yeah, I'm done with that one. But yeah, I appreciate. I feel like more people should get a chance to talk about their inspirations because inspiration in
Yeah.
itself is a beautiful thing.
Exactly. That's why this is one of the mainstay questions. It's been on every interview.
Good.
There's a few that I refuse to take out, but I'm also taking anything I overhear or think of. But yeah, there you guys
yeah.
go. Number 11, because number 12 is gonna be probably either an easy or a hard one to answer, depending on your stance.
Okay, yeah. I think depending on how long it takes, it might be my last one before I have to run. But I will see.
All right. All right. So, how has everyone team members' outlook on the modding community changed over the course of your work?
Oh,
That's a hard one. That's one of my hardest
That's a-
questions.
That's a
That's-
big
yeah.
question considering
There's a reason I send the list ahead of time as well, because there's some hard ones on here.
I'm honestly very glad that I made the active decision to not check the list because I like kind of having to
Fair
think on the
enough.
fly and just
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
same. I
can
was
do
about to
that.
say.
get a
Yeah, it's
true
all good.
candid answer.
That's
Yeah.
true. I said it ahead of time, so in case there's any questions you don't want.
Oh yeah, no,
There
because
was
some people don't
two,
work the
by the
same way
way.
I do. Yeah.
I will say there
Mhm.
was two. We did swap them out relatively quickly. Not gonna mention
Okay,
what they
cool.
were.
Got it.
Yeah, which I'm fine with. There's plenty of ways. Technically, there's a lot of ways to ask any question.
Mm-hmm.
The way
Yeah.
you phrase it's the way you phrase it that determines the potential answer. But yeah, thoughts on the community over the time.
I can kind of break the ice on this one if the Fried and Red don't want to go first.
No, I have an answer. I just
Okay.
it's gonna take a little thinking on to phrase properly. So you should go. I think.
Yeah, this one takes some time to answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as I think when I started it was me and a few of my RL friends, and they would be just as excited about FNF stuff as I would, right? I remember when Shaggy dropped, I was like,
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
they've got more arrows.
Oh my
They've got more.
God.
And then my buddy Toby's like, oh, the voice is kind of weird. I'm not sure I like it. And that's like, oh, I think I could get used to it, right? And then more and more stuff started to come out, and then they started to get less interested, right? And
Mhm.
by a couple of years in, I think the mark is by the time EXEV2 came out, I was pretty much the only one who was like as excited about FNF, and that excitement kind of dwindled as it became more of just my everyday life, logging on, looking at these especially at the high, especially when because I feel like COVID impacted the FNF community in the sense that now a lot of people were inside. They didn't have anything else to do, right?
Yeah.
And especially at the age that a lot of us are, within the range of like between 14 and 25, which is my general guess is as the years have gone on, life has gotten more real, right?
Things change.
Like things are changing. I'm 20 years old, right? I have to like I've got to move out soon. I did move out, but
You get the idea. We get the idea.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I've that kind of initial excitement has turned into just
Red.
Yes.
more, right? Just
Yeah.
and that's why I'm kind of that's why I've pulled away from stuff like Twitter and being more present in the community, because
Yeah. Life takes
just
priority.
yeah, step back. It's okay to step back
Basically.
sometimes.
FNF is just a beep boop game at the end of the day. I know.
At the end of the day.
Everyone knows it, but once you point it out, like, yeah, everyone calms down, in my opinion. I've noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a beep boop game, man. People have lives.
It's just
outside
a
of
beep
this
boop
stuff.
game at the end of the day. There's
Now,
It
that
shouldn't-
doesn't
it-
mean to discredit people's, feelings and experiences from playing FNF, but
yeah.
yeah, at the end of the day, beep boop. Simple as that.
Beep boop. Simple as that.
Yeah.
That's my
Simple as that.
You can quote me on that. That's my quote for the night. It's a beep boop game.
beautiful, it's
Simple as
beautiful.
that. It's a lot of work to make that, but yeah, man. I feel like not a lot of people realize how much work goes into this stuff.
Yeah, so like just like me at some point, so many people like this is their life, right?
Exactly,
They
yeah.
log on, they
It's their 9 to 5
consume
internet.
these mods, and if they create, yeah, and I just as time's gone on, it's just like, well, I can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't think people should do that for long, like periods of like years, right?
Only if they're dedicated or if they have that, itch to create. I feel like you should go.
Yeah,
At least
if
attempt.
this is just your medium, yeah. But there's so many other beautiful things to see in this world.
Yeah, you could be outside of a family after, you could be, instead of, working on a mod for 6 months plus, or composing for a month, like we mentioned earlier for one song. You could have been doing so much outside of just working on a mod.
But the thing is, there's also what important to remember is it's also like bring back to COVID. There is an escape for a lot of people, whether they have hard home lives, or just they're in a position where they really can't go out and do much, or and this is where all of their people are.
It was their outlet,
but
at that point,
that it won't last forever, and that's what I learned.
Nothing lasts forever.
Nothing does.
Nothing
but that
does.
doesn't disvalue the memories that you had.
The experiences don't go away.
They don't go away.
They don't go away.
Sit with
You got
forever.
memory.
Yeah.
You're not a goldfish, are you? You don't have a
unless-
3-second
unless
memory,
you have
right?
short-term memory issues.
I mean, that's true. That's true. That's true.
I hope you find something that works.
Simple answer.
But that's
Record it.
kind True.
Record it.
I
Simple
mean,
as that.
you seem to be doing a good job at that.
I have a fun time no matter what I'm doing, really, or at least I attempt to.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if it's between, stressing about an IRL job, but I legitimately fucking hate, or streaming, which I enjoy, I'd rather take the stuff I enjoy and memorize that. Like, I can't even remember what I was doing yesterday at work, man.
Yeah,
Outside of there, I don't think of anything. I don't think of it.
I'm not gonna rant about work on an FNF.
Oh, yeah, trust me, I've done it a few times. But not today.
Oh, not today.
I could lose my mind today. I guess you could say I could go mad.
Do you understand the joke? Do you get it? That's like a joke.
Do you need an explanation? Do you need that? Do you need an explanation? Yeah, there's a difference between being mad and going mad.
We all go a little mad sometimes.
I go mad on streams
that's
all the
also
time.
true.
Right? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that's. I'm done. That's. I put the soapbox away and turn
Job
off the
application.
spotlight and walk out.
Alrighty.
Pass it off to someone else.
Alright, thanks for answering.
Red, are you ready, or should I go?
Well, I don't remember what the question was.
How has your outlook on the modding community changed since you started?
I've understood the kind of phrasing this one is going to be a bitch.
Yeah.
I was going on earlier about the parasociality problem that this community seems to perpetually have. I understand it. Because I understand being younger and seeing people making cool shit and then immediately like being like, oh, I want to do that. I want to be able to do that. I want to be like on this level. I want to be able to socialize with people like this. But like getting to that point, actually gaining the platform, making the stuff, you start to you start to understand better the actual value of these. You start to blindly idolize less, and like actually understand what it's like to be in that position, and it lets you approach like the social situations it puts you in with a fresh new perspective. So you're not as like weird, because I will admit, when I was younger, I had my kind of parasocial moments with creators that I saw as cool and were making cool shit.
Yeah.
As everyone does, but I think if you're put in the position that they are, you really do start to, you start to look at it from an insider perspective and be like, wow, was I really like that? Oof.
Yeah. It's like you're getting the other perspective of being the one that someone's being paranoid. You know what I mean?
Parasocial.
Parasocial about you, in a sense.
Yeah, because now I get random
other foot,
DMs. I get random DMs or friend requests all the time from just people I've never met before, being like, "Hey, I really like your work," which is don't get me wrong, that's nice. It's great to get the support every so often, but there will be people in there like DMing me every day, acting like we're best friends, and it's like it's like, oh Jesus, a bit intense.
Shout out to my 53. shout out to my 53 friend requests that are still sitting there in my inbox.
Oh no, it's really funny because every time I log on to Roblox, I will have at least 5 friend requests. Roblox of all things, and I don't publicly advertise my Roblox anywhere. People are just
They found
finding it.
Yeah.
They put you on a pedestal for the stuff that you made them enjoy with your hard work. That's kind of the
That's
price to pay that if you're on the internet, technically.
I do. You know, this is kind of like a public service announcement to everybody. If you
Yeah,
do
it's all
find
good.
yourself like latched onto a creator, like DMing them all the time, kind of basing a lot of the stuff you do off them, dial it back. Like think of what it's like to be them to just receive that all the time with when you have a life of your own. It gets stressful when it's a lot of people because if you're doing that to this person, you're probably not the only person doing that to this person.
Oh, guaranteed.
And it just gets a bit much, you know.
I haven't gotten to that point myself yet, but I get the mindset of that. But there's also the case of imposter syndrome, where people don't feel like they're worth the praise of their work.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, it gets
that's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah, that's not for today. I've had that myself.
Oh yeah.
I've had imposter syndrome myself, especially with the interview account, honestly.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. It's something that's really really easy to fall into.
I've had imposter myself among a speech bubble gif.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Sorry.
Chat, kill him.
Throw
Oh,
stones at him.
I'm gonna switch up the background music 1 second. I'm gonna use some Mario's Madness instrumentals.
Oh.
Wait, is there music?
It's
it
on
just
the
on the
YouTube
stream?
stream, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
I
YouTube
see it.
YouTube side. Yeah, I've had the interview soundtrack playing for like 2 hours now.
I mean, there's a button down there in the interview stage that says unmute music, but I don't know if that does it for everybody, so I've been afraid to click it.
No, that's the Discord music, not the one I'm using.
Discord has... Wait, I didn't know this.
Yeah,
Discord
Discord
has a
stages have
soundtrack.
music. Yeah, it does.
And it
It's-
sounds like Nintendo eShop, okay.
Yeah, it does. It really does. But I can't find it
How
in
do
the
I turn
download.
it down?
Songs. Oh yeah, I had to play through it to unlock it in this one. Oh well, I guess I reset my PC since I last played it. Oh well. I usually just use instrumental so there's no beeping and booping.
Yeah.
Yeah, elevator ass music. Yeah, pretty much. But
What-
yeah, I definitely agree with. You're not the only one to bring up the whole being put up on a pedestal, comment on this question. Actually, it's a very common thing people worry about in this.
Absolutely, yeah.
It can be a problem. It can be. At the end of the day, just remember these people are people too. Yeah. How would you like to be spam called all the time on your phone? That sort of thing. Just dial it back. They're people at the end of the day. If anything, just say hi, and if they don't respond, don't take it personally. They got stuff like I mean, earlier today, I was asleep. Like, what the heck, dude? Why'd you ping me on my DMs all night? That sort of thing. But yeah, everyone answered number 12, or wait, I don't remember. Fried Frick, did you answer number 12?
I did not at all.
All right, you want to answer this one, or you skip?
Well, my mindset has changed a lot over the course of the time that I've been in the modding community, because when I first joined, I was like 14 at the time. So
Yeah.
my mindset changed like a lot, and also me as a person. So but I've realized, even more nowadays, people just take a lot of things too seriously in this community.
They do.
Too many things. Just sometimes it gets to the point of harassing people too.
Yeah, that's its own can of worms in this community. But
Yeah.
Shouldn't
There are
be-
lots of those.
yeah,
It shouldn't be normalized in this community, especially
And
when
then
there's a bunch of young kids.
And there's a bunch of people saying, "Oh, quote unquote, clout chasing," but we're not gonna talk about that. Yeah, at the end of the day, I do this stuff for fun personally.
Yeah. Kind of have to, or else it will.
If you don't,
just-
it becomes a job and becomes less fun as a result.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why all this stuff's skippable if you wanted to. You guys could literally just leave right now and we're done. Essentially, it's all at your guys' space.
Got it. Yeah, no, it's a good environment you've created here.
Basically.
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of
This will be my last question. Next up, before I have to run.
Alrighty. Okay, this one, this is probably a good one to end on. End on Scrumbo then. Question 13 is:
Cool.
Do you have any thoughts on the community's reaction to your work?
Mixed. Mixed a lot of parts. There's been people who've made like lots of great high quality fan stuff for Madness,
Yeah.
but
Madness
also
is big.
lots of like negativity and how they hate like how like such as like how the mod ended or some of the mechanics just being
I
a
remember
bit
seeing that
hard.
one. Yeah, I thought the ending was definitely unique for at the time. Like, it was just a bad, in terms of like, context, bad ending.
Yeah.
He dies at the end of it.
He dies, right?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? That's their story. As simple as that. Like,
I remember people getting really Puritan about how boyfriend and girlfriend were characterized in Madness. And it's like, does it really matter?
it's their story.
it's-
Simple as that.
Yeah, it's number one, it's someone else's story, and they're using
not
boyfriend and girlfriend as a
official.
kind of window into it. And number two, it's like, it's fiction. If someone doesn't get it absolutely spot on, they're not going to, because it's not their character. They wouldn't know how to 100% canon handle the character, because they're not getting advice from David Phantom Arcade himself. He didn't descend down from Newgrounds headquarters and be like, handle my character this way. And it's
Yeah.
like, it's unrealistic expectations.
Heck yeah. I mean, didn't he say like they're canonically dumbasses in the canon?
Well, yeah, because a lot,
Yeah.
and he just says a lot of stuff offhandedly on stream that people will then take like
As
as
gospel.
gospel, run a mile
Yeah,
with,
same
and get
brain.
upset with people for not sticking to it. And
Yeah.
it's like half the time he's just bullshitting. He's making stuff up.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the term fanon? Yeah, like fan canon?
Mm-hmm.
Head canon is another term that is synonymous with it. Not gonna lie,
Oh,
them
yeah.
having a personality made the mod even better. Exactly. It's their story to tell. What was that? It really is.
I mean-
It's not that deep.
Also, I think Phantom Arcade said somewhere where like he doesn't really care what you do with the characters, and really they're like kind
Yeah.
of like slates.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're very basic as characters, and that's why there's room to play around with them.
I mean, heck, there's even we were talking about Nintendo stuff earlier. You know why, for example, bringing up like The Legend of Zelda here, in 90% of Zelda games, why can you change Link's name? Because they
Yeah.
want you to play as you, not this guy named Link. In 90%.
And in like Pokemon games as well, you can do that.
Exactly, that sort of thing. Same deal.
Yeah, a lot of RPGs in that era, like Chrono Trigger too, right? And it's like,
Yeah, exactly.
They
They want to. It's basically you can insert yourself into that, essentially, that kind of feel. But in this case, it's your own interpretation of the characters that in the mod.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can really, think of it, how to explain it.
What was the question? Reaction to stuff you've done? You mean Madness
yeah.
in general, or just kind of
In
stuff
general.
that we've
In
done?
general, yeah.
In general. Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, really funny. I love the hate as much as I love the appreciation, because when people come to me and they say, "Hey, the stuff that you've done is awesome," and I'm inspired, it is an incredible feeling. I feel honored, and I feel that I'm just happy that I was able to positively affect someone with the stuff I create, right? But then when I get really funny hate comments, I'm just kind of sitting there like a little gremlin just going, "You're that mad at this?
That's
Like,
hilarious.
With the world we live in right now, you're mad at that?" Like, dude.
Oh, I had experience with that recently with like a rage baiter on Smash Bros stream.
Yeah, no, it's because initially, like when you're starting out and you start getting
Yeah.
people, you're like, whoa, they're mad at me. I did something wrong, right?
Marius rage.
But then you get to this then you get to this point where it's just kind of like you can't be bothered to stress over someone who is probably 100,000 miles away.
You
Right.
can't please everybody.
Yeah, no,
No,
that is
you
literally the internet as a whole. You cannot please everybody. There's going to be a subsection that will absolutely hate your ass. That's
And
unavoidable.
I will Yeah, no, it is. It's unavoidable. And this isn't, I don't think this is hate, but for some reason this stuck out to me the most is, so there was a mod a long time ago called Rapids that was like,
Oh boy.
yeah.
Oh.
And I made a song for it called Fazballs, right? And it was kind of in the same thing. The whole mod was kind of in the same vein as like 7 Quid, because this was after that came out, and it was directed by one of the same people. But we won't talk about him. But when it initially got announced that I was working on Funkin' at Freddy's, I don't know if I was on 4chan or if someone else was on 4chan, but they sent me a screenshot of a 4chan post like reacting to the drop of the new devs, and it's just arrow, like chevron arrow scrumbo, and then having the Fazballs guy. And I don't know why, but having the Fazballs guy has been like it's never left, and it
It's
will
a running
never
bit.
leave. It is hammer and chisel carved into my
your
psyche.
name. Yeah, that's
Decoy,
me.
oh,
and
Decoy,
hey,
it
it's
was
the interview
Decoy.
guy.
Decoy, do you still have the screenshot? Could you post it in the interview stage? If you still have it. Yes, thank you.
By the way, that's with me and joining any new discords for FNF. Hey, it's the interview guy.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't see that was a bad thing though.
Because the funniest thing
It's
is
funny.
the first song that I made that blew up was Abuse John Mix, right?
Yeah.
And then after that it was End of Abuse, and then there was the what's it called there, oh my gosh, Funhouse. Yeah, Funhouse for Classified. But this guy, probably because he was on 4chan, 4chan was part of the whole like circle that Rapids
Oh, there
was
it is. There it
involved
is.
with. Just the Fazballs guy. That song has like 20,000 views, which is awesome. But compared to all the other stuff on my channel, is fucking is
Phenomenal.
crumb numbers, right?
The Fazballs guy. Imagine being. It's like a nickname you get at high school. Like, oh, look, it's the Fazballs guy.
The Fazballs.
Imagine being known as that in high school.
Oh my god! I would get shoved into lockers. They don't even do that anymore.
Exactly. No, they just give you swirlies. Simple as that.
Scrumbo.
Some people. Wait,
Does the
wait,
Fazballs guy
Scrumbo,
make you laugh when you? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
Hilarious.
hilarious.
It's hilarious. I wasn't even upset when I read it for the first time. I was like just so shocked. I was like, what?
I have a name
Like,
versus a
like
Fazballs
Abuse
guy.
John Mix. I've gotten Abuse John Mix guy so many times, but Fazballs guy will
Yeah.
always be so special to me.
Yeah.
Okay,
It reminds me of how I was the Flame War guy for a little bit.
I was the Nintendo Mix guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've been known
The
by
Nintendo
many
Mix.
names.
I remember the first interaction we ever had, Fried, was on Twitter on my old account before it got banned. And I called you Nintendo Mix guy
Ouch.
because I was using one of your chromatics, and you said, "Oh hey, this is cool," and I was like, "Oh hey, it's the Nintendo Mix guy. I'll stop using this if you want me to." You sent me the screenshot the other week, I think it was. That's why I remember.
Ay. I've been known by a few names in the community.
Mm-hmm.
Interview guy, the mod breaker because of the incident with the blue pen drive mod, and that one streamer
the
guy.
mod.
Yeah, dude, I obliterated the code essentially. He thanked me
I
for
mean-
it, but I could tell he was pissed because of all the work he had to do.
Yeah.
But
end of the day,
he
it
did
needed to
give
be
me
done.
another build after like a week or two, and I wasn't able to crash it that time. I was, okay, fair enough, man, fair enough.
Yeah.
He thanked me for it, but
Alright.
I still play into it.
Yeah. I mean,
It's always a fun guy.
it's
He's chill.
That's how you know if you need to build the foundation stronger. Is if some earthquake comes and shakes it down, you know.
And I was that earthquake. I was that storm that is
yeah.
approaching.
Okay,
I had to.
I do apologize
It's all good.
to Fried and Red, but I gotta go.
All good.
Get the fuck out of here.
All good, Scrimbo. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you so much. This has been so much fun.
That's what I am hoping for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you had any questions, for me specifically for some reason, give them to Red and he will send them to me and I will read them.
I didn't agree to that. I'll do it,
I-
but it would have been cool if you'd asked me prior.
Everyone say take care, Scrumbo. Scrumbo.
Bye bye.
Say bye to
Bye-bye.
Scrumbus. Big Scrungus here.
Fastball's guys out.
Big
Fastball
Scrumbus.
guy out.
I call him Big Scrungus. All right, we're good to move on to 14.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
All right. This one would have been cool to get his opinion on, but I can send it over. Okay, this one's actually made by a community request here. I did something very similar, but they wanted to expand upon it, so I done it with more common friends recently. So, a good friend of mine, Betelgeuse, you might know him on Twitter if he's replied to your stuff. He asks, for each member, what are your thoughts on the trends in the community like Athos, Revivals, and EXE mods, for example?
See, now this is a double-edged sword, this one.
Yeah.
Yes,
It
it
is.
definitely is.
Yeah.
I regarding like EXE revivals and stuff like that, well, not even revivals, just EXE mods in general. I think revivals are a separate thing,
That's
which
its
I'll
own
get
issue.
into later.
Yeah.
I think if you're doing an EXE mod or like just a horror mod in general, I'm seeing Mario horror mods nowadays that are like akin to madness. I think if you're doing something, be original, be derivative. Don't just do a concept that someone else has already done, because no one really even if they like do like seeing different takes on the same thing, no one wants to see the same thing over and over and over again. So do your own thing. This is like being on Classified and being on Mario's Madness at the same time.
The both of them.
It's kind of the thing. Well, Classified is doing a lot of its own original stuff, and that's why I still have some investment in Classified, because it's not just madness again.
I still remember streaming that. That was a good time.
So you just gotta be careful that you're not.
Discord timed out,
Yeah.
everybody. We couldn't hear anything.
You just gotta be careful that you're not like rehashing the same concepts over and over again, because it's gonna get dry really quick if people keep doing the same stuff.
Yeah.
Now, regarding Athos, I have a very complicated relationship with it, and most of it is bad.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, during the initial version of the mod, where who was pretending to not be who they were, I'm really trying hard not to drop names because I don't want to give people any attention that don't deserve it.
Yeah.
I was very briefly on it, and I did after they were outed and everyone left, I wrote lyrics for the newer version of Shucks that was going to happen. That isn't going to happen anymore, thankfully, because I mean it was for Ezzy's on mental health that they stopped doing it because people were being annoying about the song. But since then, I've never been able to live that down. And it's now what people seem to know me for, even more so than Madness, because anywhere I go, I will always get comments like, "Oh, it's the Shucks lyrics guy. Oh, it's the Shucks guy," and it's like I'm so sick of it.
Yeah, I get that.
More recently, this is something I need. I'm gonna publicly announce this right now. I remember there's this new version for like the revival called like Iridil or whatever it was.
Yeah.
People think the person that was doing the lyrics in that, because they went under a pseudonym, they went under a fake name. People think it's me. It is not me. I did not do that. I never want to have my name attached to anything Athos related or Athos like ever again, because it has caused me too much turmoil.
Gotcha.
I would really appreciate if people would stop spreading that, because I'm seeing people say everywhere, "Oh, Ricky, it's Red TV. It's Red TV who's under a fake name." It's not me. It's really not me, because I wouldn't want to do that. because the song has any ounce of care I had about the song
follows
has been, yeah, it's been completely sucked dry from people pestering me about it. So that's just kind of me getting it out the way now.
Fair enough.
So people know to not like spread that.
Associate you with they don't. We basically just don't want to be associated with Athos, since things have changed since then. All right, chat. Remind me if I accidentally say he's part of it, because that might happen.
Yeah.
I tend to
the fake name attached to the version of the song that came out on Duckley's channel is not me. People were saying it's me. People are saying it's me in the comments. I'm seeing people talk about that on Twitter. It is not me. Stop saying that. Thank you very much. Have a good day. That is all I will say.
Chat, clip that. You can use it later. Yeah. All right, Fried Frick, you up?
I have different thoughts for each 3 of these, to be honest.
All right, we're good. We still have 2 more questions after this, and then it's open Q&A time.
Okay, so Athos. I think not many people know, but I was on there for like 2 days.
I didn't
when
even
it
know
started
that.
Up. I tried to keep it like underground, and I didn't even know that that one guy was the actual director.
Yeah, because no one did. He hid it.
And the thing I was gonna do was like it wasn't even like one of the main songs. It was Charlie and Friends, but like evil. That's the thing I was gonna do because I thought it was funny. But like in general, Athos as like a mod and a trend, I do not personally like it. It's been so oversaturated and a thing that it's attached to. Neither do I really like.
I get that. I get that. I mean,
Revivals.
the whole concept, yeah, it's getting to the point where any songs that have lyrics are just automatically labeled as Athos or quote-unquote Athos slop. Just because they have lyrics doesn't mean it's Athos, in my mind.
Yeah.
And it's not like it even popularized it, because like
Yeah.
I think the most popular FNF song with lyrics is like I think it's Silly Billy. I could be wrong, but that thing has an insane amount of views.
It's Billy.
Yeah.
It's Billy.
Billy, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Is that Athos? I don't see it as Athos.
No, God, no.
Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Yet people associate any song in the community as Athos if it has lyrics in it, no matter what.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen on Twitter nonstop. Like,
And I'm mad about that because a lot of my unreleased stuff that's going to be coming out like sooner or later, more of it than not has lyrics. And I worry that I'm going to be getting those comments, and those comments are really annoying to have to filter out. I might just mute the word on my channel, I'll be honest, because it is
Relatable.
getting to a point where it's like a little ridiculous.
Flipa says versus rewrite. Is that Athos? Fuck no, it ain't. Get out
No,
of here.
no,
That's
no.
EXE. That's EXE.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And it's I this ties into what I said earlier. I believe that rewrite is transformative enough. It's not rehashing the same concept over and over again.
Mhm.
It's doing something unique, and it's doing it well, and that's what I like about it.
Yeah, I'll tell my thoughts on this question after Right Frick. People know me as, a really big fan of EXE.
Okay.
Yeah,
Revivals, like, are you talking like those revivals that they've been doing recently?
Kinda. I think that's what they were
Oh, I didn't even know
referring
those were
about.
part of the question. I completely
Yeah,
glossed over that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Athos, revivals, and EXEs. You can skip any part of it. It's up to you guys.
Revivals.
That's a sticky one. We're on number
I think-
14. Yeah.
Well, people trying to revive old mods, I think. Well, the people that are like doing them now, like the 2, I think people might know what I'm talking about. Like the 2 that recently came out, I think personally, I don't think they really have any. What's the word? It's like, I don't know. It's gonna sound really scuffed, but it doesn't seem that there's like a really amount of like soul put into it.
Yeah.
Kind of just seems like
Very
It
corporate, you mean?
feels
Yeah.
empty or corporate.
it's missing something.
It's
Yeah.
missing part of
missing
what made
passion.
it original. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think enough people regarding the revivals. Number one, get permission from the original people. I've seen a good couple without permission. That's like the most important thing before you even want to start developing it.
Revival makes it sound like you're carrying the torch from the previous developer. remake.
And if you're gonna do that, you're gonna want
revival.
permission.
Yes.
But like,
Don't advertise
and
it
number
like that.
two, I feel like you gotta preserve. If you're doing a proper like, I feel like you gotta preserve what made the original good. Is why that one Allegro remake was cool because number
Yeah.
one, they had permission, and number two, they were just
Mhm.
kind of like modernizing and expanding, not doing a drastic change or anything.
Gold standard.
They were just like, yeah, just adding to it. You know,
Yes.
doing their own little spin on it. It's not like one version of the two is better. They're just doing their own little modernized take on it. And
Yeah,
that's what
gold-
it should be at the end of the day. Just a neat little thing with all permissions given, just for fun as
before
as
more
out of
than
love,
half of it
not
was
for
made.
popularity. Yeah.
Before
Make
half
make
of it
if
was
you're
made.
yeah.
Yeah, I
if-
had an argument about that, but I'll save it.
If
Yeah,
if you're doing a remake of a pre-existing thing, it should be out of love for the pre-existing thing instead of trying to one up it or like make it better than it was. Because if you make it with the wrong intentions in mind, it's not going to come out.
Yeah.
Like those bad intentions are going to reflect in the final product.
Yeah, your effort shows in everything you do, or your
Yeah.
intentions show. Hypology
Yeah.
brings up a good point. All the revival mods I've seen are forcing BF dancing into songs, Pico mixes, and everything else. But there's some good ones.
This is the thing. Oh, the fucking Pico burp is so overused after base game did it a couple times.
That's one of the two that I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Yeah, I just
good
think
point.
shoehorning in something that someone else has done already and just like making it a whole. This is a thing about trends in this community is that a lot of people will end up copying something they've seen to a T instead of trying to do anything original.
They will chase the bag and they won't really have any.
That
effort
one
put
mid-fight
into it.
masses mod, do not even get me started on that one. That's its
Oh,
own
yeah, that
can-
was a
dude,
whole
I-
mess. I deliberately kind of kept out of the loop regarding that because it just sounded like a whole
Ye-
mess. I didn't want to.
Yeah, and it sounds
invested
kind of
in.
hypocritical given the nature of the original release.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if I talk about that, I'm gonna probably lose my damn mind yelling about that.
Yeah, it's best we don't go off on any more tangents, I think, because we've only got like 2 questions left, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if you've seen me on Twitter, like I was going on about the same thing. They didn't ask for permission before having basically more than 50% of the mod done. And I was worried that I might create a trend of if it comes out like, they already have like 60% done and the main developer says don't remake it. Wouldn't the original developer get, harassed into allowing it? Thus creating
Mhm.
another cycle of negativity.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was saying nonstop on Twitter, like before season 2 started up like 2 weeks ago. Ask permission for frick's sake. I know there's no potential copyright crap with FNF stuff in a sense.
It's the bare minimum to ask for permission.
Bare
Like, come on,
minimum,
people.
yes. And if not, the wording alone, revival, implies that you got permission.
Mhm.
Remixed, okay, remix implies new stuff, like not even that's a different thing. Reincarnated,
Yeah.
revive, the wording alone, and they were
Even then, if you're just making a rehash of someone else's project, getting permission should just be the first thing you do before you even start on it.
yeah. And then I saw the Neo revival, which they literally
I didn't
named
even know there was one.
They literally named it Neo Revival for a few weeks before they got permission.
Oh my god.
Weeks before permission.
We can't be doing this.
They
guys,
got
you know.
it, yes, but it doesn't change the fact that they're causing a trend. They were basically make the work first, ask for forgiveness later.
Mhm.
And if it doesn't happen, what's going to happen to the OG devs when they get harassed? That's
Yeah, it's like, how dare you not allow this? And it's like
Exactly. That's
it's
what I was
the-
trying to make
Yeah,
clear on
right.
Twitter. Like, dude, you gotta think this stuff through.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about, And hell, you need permissions for fan mods, which, like, if you want to do a fan project and it says no, then don't do it, or just don't release it. That creates its own can of worms if only a specific person or it gets leaked on 4chan, which I heard about MFM being leaked.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that was a bad.
I don't
that
even
was-
want
that
to
was a bad
open
thing.
the can of worms that is 4chan. I
Yeah,
don't. I
no.
don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't
shouldn't
wanna-
either. I had to mention it
Yeah, I
because
don't wanna
apparently
incite
that's where
their
it was
wrath.
leaked. Apparently,
Well,
that is where it was
anything
leaked.
that's leaked from this community is usually leaked on 4chan.
Yeah, basically. Here's some that have revived: MCM, Mario's Madness versus Imposter, Witty, Voids, Sky, etc. Let's not even get started on Sky, man. I'm not even gonna play it.
I don't want to mention that one. I have too much to say about that.
Yeah, trust me. I already told my community I'm not streaming that one.
I think we're just saying the same. We're rehashing the same points now, which we've
Yeah.
all made clear. I
Yeah.
think we best move
Yeah,
on
yeah.
because
I
before we
have a
work
hard
ourselves
part.
up.
Yeah, I have a hard time leaving that one. I get worked up like that.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. All right, so do you have any upcoming projects you'd like to share?
I mean, I've already talked at length about Funkin' at Freddy's.
Yeah, dude, I'm excited for that one.
There is a mod. I will say I hesitate to advertise it too much because it is very slow going. It is more so of a kind of like we work on it when we work on it, and it will come out whenever the hell we decide to lock in, kind of thing. It's kind of a friend mod, but also it's got its own like story and lore with all the characters and stuff. It's directed by me, my buddy Rasthetic, and the artist Korean Newbie, our good friend. It's called 80 Hell. It has a Twitter account, and we've created this big like narrative with our own like OCs and how they fit into this like big like city purgatory type thing. It's just another friend group mod, but it's got a cool like unique style where like all the animations are like frame by frame, everything's in black and white, and the backgrounds are like collages of like real images of buildings. It's really cool, and I think the music is pretty good. So just keep an eye out. I'm not saying like hedge your bets on it being released anytime soon because of the art style and stuff. It's going to require a while to cook, but just keep your eyes out.
Yeah, I feel like the friend group mods are the most experimental, and I like them the most.
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye out for that one.
What about you, Fred? You got any?
I
Okay,
have two. There's one that has released their demo recently. Petrifying Plumbers.
Oh, I played that one.
Ah.
I streamed that
It
one, I
is-
think. I'm pretty sure I did.
It is gonna have another update,
Kinda.
and I hope you look forward to that one.
Mm-hmm.
They noted. I streamed that back in March. That was a good one.
Shoutouts Haywire Ghost.
I don't know all too much about Petrifying Plumbers, but from what I've seen, it looks really good. And I was in VC with Persona Random a good few times when he was cranking out art for it, and I know Persona Random is a really good artist. He works on Madness as well, and then all of chat's ears perk up because they hear me talking about Madness, and they're like, "Oh, where's my Mario's Madness?" But yeah, no, Petrifying Plumbers I'm sure is going to be good, even though I haven't seen all too much of it.
Yeah, I streamed it back in March. It's from what I've seen, what I played. I see the potential. Really good.
What was the other one, Fred?
There's a Roblox game that I'm working on the music for, Later Elevator.
Ah.
Friend, Damn Daniel. I will send that over in the VC text soon, but look forward to that one. I made the main theme for it.
Nice.
So do the projects we're working on or like announcing have to be like games, or is it just any project
Anything,
that we're...
any project you'd like to share.
Oh, in which case, I'll do this for Scrumbo as well, because we're kind of planning on doing it around the same time. We're throwing together albums of just all our stuff that's out right now, and maybe a couple extras. I know for a fact there are gonna be a couple extras on mine, but just like high quality streaming service releases of all our stuff. Some songs have been like remixed and like improved. I've improved a lot of my older stuff, and it's gonna go up on all as we can, all in one neat little package. He's gonna do an album, and I'm gonna do an album.
Nice.
We're just putting together a lot of our stuff so we can kind of catalog our older stuff and move on to what we're gonna do next, and also like simultaneously upload what we're gonna do next onto the platforms as well. So we just have a place to do that.
Nice.
So yeah, there's gonna be albums sooner or later, and I'm gonna do a big announcement for a video for it on my channel, like I did at 10K when I announced the little charity drive we did for Marco.
I remember seeing that actually.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna put up a similar video, and that'll be like announcing the release date, whatever, of the album when it's time to do that.
Alright, sick. Alrighty, so we're on to
can I,
Yep, yeah, go ahead.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
There is gonna be something big from me that's coming in this next week. So I hope people in my fan base will look out for that one.
I don't even know what this is, so stay tuned,
Well,
everybody.
I haven't told you yet.
Yeah, feel free to ping
Well,
me.
yeah.
Look
I don't
out.
really mind. I really don't mind pings on Discord, honestly. But yeah.
Yes, Snoop knows. Alright, we can move on.
All right, last question, and it's open Q&A. I know it takes forever to get through these questions, but usually a lot of people like these questions. Okay, out of all the songs you guys have made, which one of them would you guys consider as the quote song of the mod?
Which mod? Like Madness?
Yes.
I think. It's just difficult to say. I think the song, in my opinion, for me at least, that kind of cements itself for Madness, the one that leaves a lasting impression upon you first encountering it, is Starman Slaughter.
Yes.
Because of course New It to me is really good, but I think the second you see all like the visual grandeur that one has, and you get thrown into it right after the first song, it really does cement the feeling of, wow, they upped their game since V1.
Yes.
That's what that's my opinion, at least. I don't know if Fried has a differing one.
We're all allowed to have opinions.
I think I like
Yeah, this is Hero's question, by the way.
I agree with you on the sentiment of the opener as Starman Slaughter, but I think really like the song of the mod, it either has to be like either of the two big ones,
All Stars are
Yeah.
Unbeatable, you mean?
Unbeatable or All Stars, because Unbeatable is like the song of the mod as the story, and then Unbeatable is the song of the mod as like how the community thinks of it.
Yeah, I guess everyone. I was thinking in more in terms of what stuck in everybody's head, and I completely
Yeah.
forgot that Unbeatable trended on Twitter for like a week.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up.
I keep forgetting about the impact that Unbeatable has had.
Yeah,
It's
it's
still
good.
climbing in views, and I don't really post all that much to my YouTube anymore because I haven't had anything that I'm allowed to post.
Yeah.
I need to check the view count. It's at 5. It's at 5 million. Jesus.
Jesus.
Trended 3 times.
Yeah, it did.
Three
Oh, it's
times. Jesus.
frightening. It's a really scary prospect.
One day I hope to be up there. Who knows?
Yeah.
I gotta work
It's
harder.
I'm still not quite used to it myself.
I've been told I don't really apply myself that hard. Well, at the end of the day, it's all for fun. At the end of the day, I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do care a
Doesn't
little
matter.
bit, but you know, I do care.
It doesn't
a
matter
little
if you don't
bit,
see the
otherwise I
numbers
want a
as long as you've got
challenge,
like
yeah.
a
I like
steady
to.
thing
I
going.
like to see. I like to see the, you know, a way up essentially. If you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
say you're climbing a mountain, you can see where you could go. You gotta find the steps there.
Yeah, getting a visual representation of progress is always
That's
always
the-
good.
yes,
that's
that's
why recently I've been remaking a lot of my older stuff, so I actually get like a
Yes.
representation. I get to see how much I've improved instead of just assume.
Exactly.
You know?
look down that mountain where you first started.
Mm-hmm.
That's the analogy. Like having that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Starman Slaughter, Unbeatable, All Stars. All three are really good songs. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, you know, you already know my thoughts on that one. But yeah, I remember seeing Unbeatable nonstop. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't as like shut down your throat, or at least in my opinion, as you know, Silly Billy was when that came out. Because jeez, every 5 fucking videos I saw that. Good song, don't get me wrong, but damn, it felt like it was being shoved down my throat. I've talked about that in the past. But yeah, it's all this stuff's very good either way. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, all right. Open Q&A. Drag out the Twitter replies I got. Also, you guys can select people you'd like to bring up to speak.
I don't have any particular preference. You can just toss up whoever you like, unless Fried wants someone specific.
Oh, I don't mind.
All right, let's get into our skills, and we'll have them ask their question, swap them out.
I mean, there are a couple people we know here. I know Snoot. We know Decoy and Frederick and Ash.
Yeah.
Do you remember me is the question?
I'm afraid I don't.
That's alright. Okay, my question is, like, when you're done with all the work and stuff, like, what is, like, the one game that you would go to besides FNF? Just to, like, pass the time?
I'm thinking I'd hop back into an Undertale Deltarune kind of space.
Fair enough.
Okay. What's another question? All right. Besides the mods, like I'm talking about like composers, like for FNF. Like, what would be like one of your favorite composers? Not one they mentioned before, but just like as the person itself.
Like in regards to like their music or them as a person.
Let's just say their music.
Okay.
Or actually, no. Let's do both. Let's do both, or one or the other.
In regards to that music, Saruki. I've always been a
Saruki.
big fan of Saruki music I think since before they joined Base Game even. Them as a person, I will go with my answer earlier, either Wrath or Scrumbo, just because of personal bias. They've been really important, not just to me as a person, but in regards to my growth as a composer. What about you, Fred?
Favorite music, I would also go with your answer too, Saruki. Just because, the amount of, like, consistency and, like, the amount of stuff that they branched out into. I mean, composer as a person, I'm gonna have to say Strumbo.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, and what would your favorite game be, Fried? Like besides FNF, once you're like done with all the work and stuff.
I mean, what I would go into after I just leave this community?
No, I meant like just in your like free time. Like if you're done like working and stuff, like what would the main game that you would go to?
Mainly Roblox.
I respect that. Yeah, such a shame how it's become over the years.
Yeah.
With all the stuff. I think my one last question is like, let's say if people want to compose and stuff, like, what is like the one piece of advice you would give to individuals?
I had one. I'll go with what I said earlier, which is just give yourself time to improve. You're not going to immediately be as good as everybody else. So just, and also don't be afraid to take inspiration. Like, of course, being original is a good thing, but if you're starting out, your stuff is going to sound like other people's stuff, and that's not necessarily a bad thing if you're starting out. Everyone takes inspiration from somewhere. All art form is derivative. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Well,
What about you, Fred?
yeah,
branch out and also just do music for you.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what my philosophy is.
alright.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think that sums up all I have. If you ever want to talk to me, my messages are open and whatnot. Get to know each other, that's all. But yep, love your work. I'm gonna go now. See ya.
Take care, Noir.
See.
Take care.
Alrighty. Next person. Okay. Let's go with Alice, I guess.
Hi guys.
Hello.
What you got?
All right. I got two questions. Nor kind of already asked one, but I do want to add a little bit. They asked about like just I think music and stuff, but what question I wrote down here is like I said, let's say a brand new modder came up to you and asked you for some advice to start out. What would you tell them? I don't think it has to be just about like music in general, but like just more stuff in general.
In regards to like the modding community in general,
yeah,
don't do more than you can. It's tempting to immediately want to jump into everything you can once you start getting work, just being like, oh, I can do all this and I could like go from this to this and like all these like you will end up overexerting yourself if you think about it that way. Trust me, I know from experience. So you just don't do more than you think you can.
Don't overtask yourself.
Yeah, only do what you know you're gonna be able to do.
And adding on to what Red said, just like don't pressure yourself into it. You'll get burned out so quickly.
Insanely fast.
All right. My second question, this is just more out of curiosity. I was like, what was it like being on more of a, like, I guess a more well/well-known mod like Mario's Madness? Was like the behind the scenes structure, like, was it more relaxed, or was it more stricter in rather than getting stuff done? Like, you must do this by this, which I doubt, but
Deadlines
No,
essentially.
it was a lot more lax than I thought it would be.
Very
Entirely,
lax.
honestly. I'll be honest. A lot of the bigger projects I've been on, I didn't know were going to be as big as they were until it had kind of already happened. Like going into Madness, going into FF. A lot of the dev teams are like friend groups, basically. I think I would consider most people on Madness and almost everybody on Funkin' at Freddy's some of my closest friends, because of how much more we've done together and just chilled doing than just work, you know? It's so much more than that, and I think that allows for just a really good work environment and a really good experience overall.
yeah, I agree with
I
that.
think
I
the
agree.
mods that are handled super corporately are more often than not doomed to failure. I'm not going to mention any names. I'm not going to bring anything into the picture because that would be very disingenuous of me. But I've seen a couple spaces. I've been in a couple spaces where it's been like that and it's not panned out the way that it was pictured.
I've seen a
interesting.
few. I've seen a few myself.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I guess those are the two questions I have. Thank you for answering. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
You see?
Okay.
I gotta figure out how to remove.
I got you. Alrighty, thanks for asking the questions. Let's bring up Raven next.
So I'm sorry if I'm like jumping in to answer stuff. If you wanted to answer something, Fried, just let me know that you want to weigh in, and I'll stop going on and on.
Oh, you can go. You can go, Red.
I just know that that's been a problem before with you getting talked over
Hello.
and stuff like this, so I just don't want to. Hello.
I try to
I
avoid
don't
that
know.
myself.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, Raven?
Sorry, I'm in the middle of like a Smash Bros fight. But like sorry, I had a question though. So will boyfriend or girlfriend get a respray along with Pico?
Oh, right.
Or will they, or like in Deluxe, will they make an appearance?
We can't.
We can't answer.
Yeah, we're
that.
not allowed to answer deluxe stuff, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought I mentioned at the
But
beginning.
what about the
We're not allowed to
boyfriend
reveal
respray?
anything that hasn't been already
Publicly,
publicly talked about.
Yeah, it's been a while since I
Oh,
mentioned that one question rule. But yeah, if you
Can't
got another
add on
question,
to that either.
Alright, well I do kind of have like another question. Like how long exactly did it take for the mod itself, like the first ever demo, to get created?
The V1 demo?
Yeah.
No, none of us were on there.
Oh yeah, no, we weren't on the demo. We wouldn't know. I'd have to ask Marco.
But then how about version 2? How long did that take?
Version 2 took like 2 years.
Yeah, it was a while.
God damn. And Gopher makes it just simple. It's taking us one.
It started in, let's see, it started in March 2022, and then released in December 2023, didn't it?
yeah,
Or
it did.
no,
It's December.
20
It was December.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking back at my videos, and yeah, it was December 2023. I played it on like the 23rd. Yeah.
yeah, took almost a year.
Oh, they accidentally left stage. My bad. I got it.
Well, yeah, sorry. I had like sorry, I accidentally hit the wrong button. Sorry. I was focusing on like Smash Ultimate. I'm in
Okay,
like a
bro.
final fight thing right now. Okay, let me get the damn fighter. Anyways, so basically, I wanted to ask something which is like pretty odd, but like how did you guys manage to like make Pico's running animation?
Who
For
did that,
overview.
Fried? Do you know?
It was either Nate or Marco.
I mean, like how are like those parts like coded in separately, like his arms, like his body and legs? Ah, you stupid
The thing is, we're both musicians, so that would be a difficult question to answer for us because we didn't do it. We don't know.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
We
that's the
need to
hard
bring
part.
Marco in.
Yeah,
wanna
I
be
mean,
in
Marco
here
didn't want
anyways.
to be here. Yeah,
It's
so
their
that
choice.
is more of a Marco question or a Nate question, I guess.
Die, fucking die! Thank you. No wait, yeah.
It's
Right,
all good.
yeah, that's all I have to ask. So thanks.
Thank you.
I'm still trying to beat this fucking Ganondorf, dude. Get away from me.
Good luck.
I got him. Yeah. All right, let's bring up. Snoot requested, but there. It
Oh, hey,
goes.
Snoot.
Oh,
Hey.
Yeah, there he
Hi.
goes. Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hi. Let's see here. Shit, I didn't have a, I didn't have a question ready. I just wanted to say hi.
Boy.
Drawing.
Yes, I do like your drawing. Oh my god.
Nice. It's better than what I can draw.
Oh.
Yes.
That's fire.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye, Snoot.
Bye,
Bye,
Snoot.
That's a
Alright,
good buddy of ours. They've done art for our stuff. Check them out. Everyone follow them. They
Heck
do really
yeah.
cool art. They worked on Mistful Crimson Morning. They did the sprites for Surrogate.
I actually, I think I interviewed Mr. Crimson Morning. Actually,
Ah.
I believe so. I might be misremembering. Hold on. I played the mod. My bad. I didn't interview them. My bad.
Well, there you go.
I talked to the devs in the past though. Oh, at least one or two of them, I think.
Sorry if you can hear my fan, by the way. It's really hot where I am.
No, you can't.
Understandable. So my main question would probably be like overall in terms of like when you make like say like no for slower compositions, what would you say like would be like personally you wish to see in a slower composition?
Like in slower in terms of like general feel pacing, something like
I don't
something
know.
like
That feels
Alone, for
genre
example.
based.
Yeah, it is very genre specific. I think with some don't do an Alone v1 where it is essentially the same from start to finish. There's no variation, and the melodies don't really vary. You still keep like structure. Do interesting stuff with like chord progressions. Have melodies that stick in your head. Because if you're doing something like slower paced, then there's I don't know. You got to be a bit more delicate because not all of the things you would do in a more traditional composition for an FNF track, something a bit more intense. Not all of those methods would carry over all too well.
Yeah.
I think
And
it's really like you really have to keep the listener interested in slower songs. Really.
Yeah, it's about pacing. It's all about pacing.
Yeah.
And then my second question would be, what are your personal favorite modes you like in music?
How do you mean?
Dorian, Phrygian,
I'm not a music theory guy, unfortunately. I don't. I don't know how I've got as far as I have because I don't know too much about music theory.
I don't know. I'd say Lydian. This is kind of a weird question to ask, to be honest.
I mean, it's
figured
alright.
it's, like, usually it's like depending on the key, like, well, obviously, like some of them there's the basic, major, and minor, which is, and then there's like all the other ones that start on different notes, whether it's first or fourth.
I don't know. I don't have a favorite mode.
Yeah.
Regarding like chord progressions and like keys and stuff, I just kind of move it up and down the scale until it sounds good. I don't really have any preconceived ideas like that going into it. I just fiddle around until I get a good start.
You just make it in whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A lot of the time, I don't go into music with a very solid idea. I just kind of wing it.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. Yeah, winging it
I
tends
figured-
to get people far. Actually, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, I figured I'd ask like a bit of a tough question in music wise because I'm like I always like exploring that stuff, especially
That's
considering
fair enough. Yeah.
the overdue analysis video. That was fantastic.
It's
I
really
mean-
in depth.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I would have watched that.
You should see it.
looking forward to what else you guys cook up, whether FNF or non-FNF in the future, and I'm gonna leave it open for the next person.
All right, thanks for coming by, Monkey Boy. All right, let's bring up Kian. I've interviewed them in the past, actually.
Hello.
Hey, Kian.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Hey, hope you're all doing well.
Yep.
I'm doing alright.
So I sound like anxious, like I'm kind of not used to these spaces and stuff like that.
It's all good.
No,
It's
it's
all good.
alright. Don't worry about it. Take your time.
Take your
So
time.
I've got 2 questions. My first one is, if you answered before, then I apologize. But how did you guys meet Marco?
Oh.
I met him through Funkin at Freddy's because he was already an artist on the team, and we just kind of got talking. And he didn't used to talk with his mic on. He used to be muted all the time.
Yeah.
And then he started actually talking, and I got to know him properly. Again, he's a really great guy once you actually take the time to get to know him beyond his work.
Yeah, I can agree. He actually gave me advice
about
on
what he does.
he gave me advice on how to make FNF mods, and I'm very thankful for him.
Yeah, he's a really sweet
Okay.
guy.
Yeah. The second one, it's kind of hard to wait, so I do apologize. But
That's
It's all
alright.
good. It's all good, man.
and on the topic of like asking for permission and stuff, if someone came up to you, Red, or you, Frederick, and asked like, "Hey, is it okay if I do a remix of Unbeatable or like Overdue and add it to my mod?" Like, would you guys be fine with that? Like, or how would it work?
I don't know if it's not really my jurisdiction to say, oh hey, you can add this to a mod, because the songs do like belong to Madness. I encourage remixes. I always encourage remixes because that's how I started out learning music. I just remixing other people's songs until I was confident enough doing original compositions. So yeah, remix all you want. I just think double check with someone like Marco before tossing it in a mod, because that's not really my place to say. I have no problem with it personally, but I just, just to get that confirmation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured I'd ask like you both first because like you're the main composers.
Yeah, no, that's
I
fair
mean-
enough. I encourage remixes. You can
Yeah.
remix all you want.
All right,
Cool beans.
and yeah, that's really all I'll say. Just best of luck with Funkin' and Freddy's because V2 is gonna be so fucking peak.
It is. I appreciate the support.
And Frederick, wish you the best with your mods, and just overall have a good day.
All right, thanks for joining in, man.
Bye bye.
No problem.
Alright.
Take care.
It's always nice to talk to. All right, I'm going up the list now. This one. I sent the right there at the hit. There they go.
Hey, buddy. What's
Oh,
up?
hey, Ash,
friend.
hello.
Hi guys.
Welcome.
What's up?
I know what you are.
I have a single question not related to FNF at all. But I might have actually tried this question, but what's your favorite like meal? Just to eat.
My favorite meal?
What is
Yeah,
this?
your favorite meal.
What is this, FNF Positivity podcast?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm in
It's,
their Discord.
It's Indian tacos, by the way. It's a Native American dish.
Nice.
Ah, I see.
Me personally, I'm a sushi guy. I fuck with sushi heavy.
Thought you were gonna say spaghetti. 'Cause I feel
No,
like all the
spaghetti
time
bolognese is like
yeah.
a close second because
Okay,
my
that
folks
makes
make
sense.
a really good spaghetti bolognese. But I've always been a big sushi head. I love sushi.
Personally,
I see.
hibachi. Anything hibachi, personally.
Yeah,
I know,
true.
Hibachi
true.
is so good.
I'm getting some
So real.
tomorrow. Don't even at me. I will literally send a picture.
Don't even
It's
add
so
me.
fucking good, bro.
Mhm.
I will literally
Yes,
take a
bro.
picture and send it in general chat tomorrow.
Yes, bro.
W.
Bolognese.
I like how this is turning into the
W's.
positivity podcast now.
Okay, that's really all I wanted to
Pause
ask.
like a meter question.
Goodbye, my people. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right. All right, moving on up to where it was. Let's bring up Decoy.
Hey,
Hello.
another friend.
Hey, Decoy.
Hey, Decoy, what's up?
Hello.
Hello.
What do
good.
you want to ask?
I have a one question for everyone.
All right.
Mhm.
What is everyone's favorite ice cream flavor?
Mint chocolate chip.
Decoy, you might kill me. I like birthday cake.
Birthday cake?
No, that's not bad.
For me,
Me
it's a
personally-
tie. For me, it's a tie between mint chocolate chip and sherbet.
I see.
I was as I don't I think I've gotten normal now, but as a kid there were these places that did like this like weird like neon blue looking like bubblegum ice cream, and I used to eat the fuck out of that. But nowadays it's like way too sweet that if I ate one of them I would immediately get a cavity, so I can't be doing that no more.
Damn.
I see. I see. Well, one more question.
All right.
This is for like Tribe Nerd. What are you two's like favorite like song that you guys have made?
Oh god, it's one that's not out yet. It is one that's not out yet.
Same for me.
Oh,
Too.
out of
Same for
out
me.
of out of the public ones. Out of the public.
Oh, out of the stuff that's out. Okay. Let me look actually.
Going up the list.
I think at the moment I have a kind of it's not my favorite in terms of composition, but I have an attachment to Next Station because of how I've recently made it tie into stuff. But if in terms of composition, it's probably is one of the Madness ones, or maybe You Can't. But You Can't wasn't even originally. Oh, Grieving as well. I'm proud of the composition of Grieving a lot.
I'm a big Grieving fan. I like that one.
I think in terms of like composition, my favorite is Tristeza.
Yes, yes.
That
Those are
one I
good.
really like.
Oh, also Decoy. While I have you here, I eyes emoji. You gotta chart the thing.
Bro, I know. I'm sorry.
It's been done. It's just been done for a little while.
I'm sorry. I'll do it.
No, I'm not mad. I'm just like Marco's been getting worried about like progress and stuff.
Okay.
So I just
I'll keep it in mind.
Cook it up. Cook it up, sir.
outta here.
Cook it up like hibachi.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Going up the list from there, it is Scarlet.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
It's Scotland.
Okay, 2 questions.
Where's Violet?
I'm not a Pokemon.
Damn. All right, take care,
Yeah.
monkey boy.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, what's up? What you got?
So, 2 questions. Have you ever made or thought of making like your own personal mods for like your characters?
I mean, I was talking about AT Hell earlier, which is a kind of OC thing.
Like other than that, just for your own personal play or whatever.
This is the thing. The last thing I want to do for FNF, when I do start eventually phasing things out, I want my final major project to be something that like I direct, and it would probably be about like it would tie into AT Hell, and it would be like elaborating on that story and like the story of like my character and shit, because that's something I've always wanted to tell, but I haven't had a medium to tell it because I have a lot of ideas and not enough room to execute them.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. And what about you, Fred?
I mean, there was one mod that I was in, but it just kind of fizzled out and died. Red, you were on that too.
Oh, Dumbfunk?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. That's what Next Station was originally going to be for. Well, it wasn't originally going to be for that. I just made it for fun, and they were like, "Hey, can we put this in?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?"
I'm gonna be in another one, but I don't think that one has been announced yet. But look out for that one. I will be in it.
Oh, you know what's funny in regards to just get mods that are characters in? I used to also be in Rapids, the Scrumbo was talking about earlier, but I never really announced it. And I did one song, and that song to this day still isn't public. And I was gonna make it public, but
Oh, wrong button.
and it'll probably go in the album.
Look out for a Parchment Image when it comes out. I
Yeah.
said that I could talk about it.
Okay, other questions about... Okay, just general madness question. Is GB overriding unbeatable important to the story at all, or is it just streamlining the gameplay because the song is so long?
I didn't entirely hear that, I'll admit.
Oh.
Me either.
Is GB overriding unbeatable important to the story at all, or is it just streamlining the gameplay because the song is so long?
I mean, I don't know how prevalent of a plot thing it really is. I think it was just showing. It was just showing that GB is kind of a special case. In regards to characters in general and how he has his own identity outside of the rest of the cast.
Yeah.
But it overrides that space being used for unbeatable. I think if I recall correctly now, Fred, stop me if I'm wrong, but I think that space originally belonging to unbeatable was like thought about after the fact. It was a lot later of a decision.
I think it was after the fact, but like relating to like the character, GB is just like a wild card in general.
Yeah.
I see.
I think him doing that was just to show it was just to give him a little bit more of an identity.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's about it.
All right. Take care, Scarlet. All right. Take care, Scarlet. All right. Next is you. Okay. The requests to speak reorder based on username. So I've been going from down to the bottom to the top, but it keeps on reordering. I'm going in the order that I saw it earlier. Next, John the Echidna, Sonics, and then we're back down to the bottom.
This is awesome. It's good to be here. Hello.
Hello there. Welcome.
So, I only have really one question in mind about Mario's Madness and a few other questions about horror brews. I know you guys are familiar with those.
Oh, I'm very familiar.
I love them so much. I've made a couple. Not going to talk about them. This is about you guys. All right, so my main Mario's Madness question. When the mod came out, I was very observant with how many songs were given to Kelly. I assumed that she was willing to do those. How did you guys work out, like, how many people did how many songs? Because I know you guys, like, collaborated on some, but some were standalones. Like, Red did 4, but I think, like, Kelly takes up half the album, and then the guy that did Thalassophobia did like 2. How did that go?
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you mean like Kenny?
Kenny, that's probably what I mean, not Kelly. Who the hell is Kelly?
I mean, Kenny just took up most of the songs because she was really like eager to just make more songs for the mod after V1. Like in V1, she did Power Down, Apparition, and maybe another one I'm forgetting. Not Alone or It's Me though.
I think she did I Hate You.
Yeah, I Hate You.
I got as few as I did because I joined the mod very late. I joined after like every other composer. I mean, I was only called in to replace Nova after he did what he did. So I think had I joined sooner, I would have done more, but they also wouldn't have been as good because it would have been further back in the past before I improved.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Red was in like a more newer era of Madness V2 development.
He was still really good. He had like my favorite songs on the whole album.
Yep.
I'm glad you like.
His vocal performance was also very good. Gonna move on from that to my pride and joy. This one's more oriented towards Fried Frick. How I consider you as like one of the icons of the renaissance of Mario horror. How did it feel watching it all get built up from your little Triple Trouble post? Because that's where I feel like it started.
Okay, I have a lot of experience with this. So people
Oppenheimer
making
image.
like people making like Mario mixes after I did my original Triple Trouble Nintendo mix. It was really just like, oh, people are doing this thing that was like originally based on like how I just think that like, because originally it was just like, oh, I just want to see these EXE characters as just like Mario characters because I just love Mario. But then, people such as, like, Smash, obviously, and then, Fire, and then Dark Lord made their Mario mixes. I'm just like, wow, it expanded into this whole, like, other, like, concept, and I was just in shock that, because I'd also been making my own, version of Mario Mix, but as, like, a mod instead of just, like, a separate YouTube thing.
Right. I saw some stuff.
Cool.
I saw some stuff about that. Yeah, you and Scrubbo were doing it. I was really addicted to that Luigi section.
It's well because people are like still doing different character mixes of songs to this day. Fried, you pioneered that.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I kind of just started all that.
Yeah,
I
it's a little
remember.
crazy to think about.
I remember I did like an Activision mix, and it was like supposed to be like a representation of like how Activision was buying up like IPs into using only Call of Duty, and then like someone uses like Crash, Spyro, and some bitch from Skylanders as last resorts, and that was the Triple Trouble game. I don't know. I was a very weird. I'm sure I can find some old 2021 art of that later down the line. I'm not gonna focus on it.
Blocks. Yeah, they literally
redrawn
brought
it
up
once
the
or twice, not
competition,
important.
so the competition dies.
I think I made Lord X like a Microsoft embodiment. It was stupid.
Where they
I didn't
don't
understand
have
any
any
of the characters back
content.
then. Exactly. I didn't understand any of the characters back then, but I do now, and I like them for what they are. And anyway, oh hey 2F, yeah, I saw you a while ago. Anyways, before I go on to Red, did you have anything else to say about that question? Because I feel like I cut you off.
About the mix question, it's really just, well, one thing. There's one future Mario mix thing that I still have to release, but you'll have to watch out for that one. Make sure to have
My eyes will be
notice
peeled.
on,
Mhm.
because that'll be one of the things I post soon.
All right, I will. My eyes will be peeled like a baby. Anyways, you been waiting 3 hours for you. Hi, Red.
Hi, that was ominous.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna open up and say I've talked with you a couple times in other servers on projects. I never got the impression you were British.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, there's
Sorry
no
that you're
problem with
British.
that. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's just like
You're not the first person to say that, and you certainly won't be the last.
I don't want to say it, but it sounds like it's kind of like the Tom Holland of this community. Like he can put on like a really convincing American accent. All right, that out of the way. That out of the way. I love your work. Love what you do. GB's awesome. I love seeing him evolve as a character. I first saw him, thought he was kind of a bum, and then things came along. You and Marco did your thing. I'm very excited for Black and White. I just had a big question because it's correlated with something that I was doing a few months ago before some guy that shall not be named said a couple things and got his song taken down. How do you feel about fan works related to GB and Black and White and all that?
I mean, honestly, there's nothing wrong with fan works, but if you're talking about what I think you're talking about, it was based on a leak, and that's never all right. Like, if something has been posted without someone's permission, and then people are making fan works based off the thing that was, like, intentionally, like, leaked, like, that's not on, because you're giving more attention to the leak, and it's, I think, just perpetuating something that is someone's that was posted without their permission is just entirely unethical to do. And it is.
Right. I had a feeling
there's nothing wrong with fan works regarding GB. Marco loves GB fan art because, I mean, it's his little baby boy, so he appreciates all he gets. That I just think that particular instance was so controversial just because it was based on a leak, and that's just that's never all right to do. It is a very hyper-specific situation.
I just remember when that dropped, when he took it down and re-uploaded it again, he included some lyrics that I had written on Twitter, and I felt like that was like a big instance where I felt like I had an impact on the community. But looking back, I can't help but feel a little disgusted. But in the positive side, it did get me in touch with Lana. I remember I did like my own little lyrical take on like the first part. Yeah, Lana. She really liked my GB impression. So I really hope whenever Golden Land Retake comes out, like the new version, whenever that will be, things will go better there. You guys are probably going to come up with something better than whatever came before.
The Golden Land Retake is going to explode people. That song is going to be good. Like what I have the work in progress that Zinc. Though I think it's been teased. I think it's a very low quality video on his Twitter or something. But I have that work in progress. Not the low quality one, the actual quality one. You guys aren't getting that yet. You need to wait. But I have that on my phone, and I will just boot it up every so often and like crying Squidward gif in my bed because that song is so good, man. It's really good.
I do that with some songs that I'm in mods for. 2F is in one of them. I'm not gonna call him out specifically. But yeah, it's good to know things are going well there. Love GB. Love doing the little impressions. He's such a lovable little scamp. I just as a final closer question, is there any horror brew in particular that has caught your attention, whether it be related to Mario's Madness or not?
I don't know if this counts as a horror brew per se. I never know how to apply the term, but there's this series by this guy called Greenlight, where it's like Wario Apparition, but it's like a Mario World fan game. I don't remember what it's called. Power Star Archives, that's what it's called.
Yeah,
and it's really well made. It's really well made. And I think everyone should go out of their way to check that out. It's a really cool series.
I still gotta get to it, honestly.
I've heard like the name. Fred Frick?
I think one horror brew that has always caught my attention is NMI. I love NMI.
NMI. Yeah. Where have I heard that name? I'm checking the wiki. Hold on.
NMI. You've heard of No More Innocence? Like NMI? Is that what you mean?
I am the No More Innocence.
Yeah, No More Innocence. Yeah.
Oh, yes. NMI. Yeah, that's I think that's Sonic.
Yes, it is.
He's cool though.
Is horror brew specifically Mario stuff?
It's horror brews is just Mario creepypastas. The Sonic ones I've heard are called oddities, Sonic oddities.
I just know people calling them EXEs.
I never knew that.
Yeah, I never.
Yeah, I've been addicted to the forums and shit. I just find it very fascinating.
I can't take oddities seriously because I think of Blue Oddities, and I don't know if anyone knows what that is. But I'll pull up an image for those who don't know.
Yes, sir.
I think of Blue Oddities, which is this thing. it's this guy.
What the hell is that?
It's a joke game. It's like a Five Nights at Freddy's Mickey Mouse joke game called Blue Oddities that was made back in the day, and that's what he looks like. So I hear the word oddities and I can never take it seriously because I think of the really long Mickey Mouse. It's really funny.
Kind of like when you mentioned the word turmoil earlier. My first thought was the fucker from Madness that you do.
Yeah, I knew someone would do that. I knew someone would do that. Like as I was saying it, I was like, oh.
I'm planted a neuron activated for me.
I had to shut my brain down to avoid interrupting for that.
Yeah, don't think it, don't say it.
Industry planted in the community like crack in a low-income neighborhood. Anyway,
Well, I think, well, changing my actual answer, actual horror brew would either be Coronation Day Peach or Cool Rat.
I love Coronation Day Peach. I plan on doing like a little quick analysis on her on a video to get like more people to know what a horror brew is. I'm currently working on that with another prominent figure in the community. Anyways, it's been good to be here. I'm gonna leave with this. This is my child. It's your problem now. Take care of it. I'll be back.
Oh, goodbye.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. All right. Next is Sonic. Go back down.
Baby Patrick.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello.
Okay. So I have this like one big question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's been answered, but I think I just added more to it. So, what is your story with the FNF community and how it impacted your social life?
I mean, I don't know if we went into detail about how it impacted our social life, but we kind of talked about how we got into it. So for me, honestly, I would say it's impacted my social life only really positively, because before I've met the people I met in this space, before I kind of know the people I knew the people I knew now, knew the people I know now. There we go. Sorry.
Yeah.
I had a kind of history of getting into very unhealthy friend groups where I had to be kind of performative to like get any kind of, I don't know. I wasn't in a very healthy space, and I think the friends I've made in this community have they've provided a very healthy and like real space for me to kind of grow creatively and just talk to people similar to me, and it's been very refreshing and very different from what I have been used to. I haven't had a very good luck socially, and this has been a very welcome change from that.
That's with me and streaming in general, to be honest, Red. Not gonna lie.
What about you, Fred?
Like, with me personally, it's just been, as far as I've been involved with it, it's been like really up and downs, because I used to be associated with like a really bad online friend group, and I've since disconnected from that, and so now I'm healthier now.
Good.
With the people that I'm associated with currently.
Oh, I just have a question about the gameplay in Mario's Madness. In V2 currently right now, what's the most what is your favorite? What's your Give me 1 second while I think of words. In the game, what's the most fun choice? What's the most fun level? What's the most fun song to play?
Oh, all right. Everybody's asking what's your favorite.
For me, no, I heard. For me personally, I think the most fun one to play, and I'm not biased here. I just think the chart Decoy did for it is really fun. I like Unbeatable, just
It's
in
really
terms
fun.
of playing it a lot because it's just challenging enough to not like be frustrating, but it keeps you on your toes, and also the chart is really fun. It's got a lot of good patterns in there.
I can agree.
I think for me, it's Abandoned. Shoutouts, Carol. Yeah.
I think Abandoned is the only song in the mod that I died to.
Mine was.
Wait,
I think
that's
mine
the-
was just Unbeatable.
Wait, Abandoned is the 64 song, right? Like
Yeah, the one with Luigi, the drowning of Luigi.
Yeah.
Classified.
Oh yeah, in Bad Day, are there any other inspirations to the song other than the like Avicii one?
Not really. I mean, there's a reference in there to "Forever Syndrome," a song from another FNF mod, where it's based on Super Mario Forever. So yeah, obviously that because I referenced it. But otherwise, I just tried to keep the vision of the Avicii remix intact because that is what it was initially supposed to be based on. I didn't want to do what the old version that Nova made did, and just shoehorn in a bunch of references that didn't fit in the song at all. So I tried to keep it streamlined with what it was base inspiration.
Is there any references in Unbeatable?
Yeah, there's a couple. There's some to the if I could name one, it would the riffs in Mr. Sis's section are some of them are references to that Allegro mod we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
I added Mario Bros. 1 references in Bowser section.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of Duck Hunt stuff in Duck Hunt section, obviously. I mean, there's
Yeah.
like the sound effects in there.
Yeah.
Wait.
There's Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine in Bowser section in the vocals that I put in there, just because I was listening to the song beforehand. But I've told the story a bunch of times elsewhere.
Alrighty.
Wait, am I allowed to like ask like off like topic questions?
I mean,
Depends. They get to choose to answer though.
They do get to choose.
Yeah, they get to choose. We can't force them to.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I've been getting like interest into like a lot of like nostalgic things and stuff. So I just have one question, like what was your like favorite thing like growing up as a child?
Like favorite, like in terms of what, like favorite media,
Like
what?
shows, games, like anything to be honest.
I played a lot of Flash games on like my mum's laptop when I was younger.
That is honestly
That's
that
mood.
is literally my whole entire tag is just Shockwave Flash. So I
Super
get that
Smash Flash.
wholeheartedly.
Yeah, Super Smash Flash. Played a lot of
But
Fancy
for
Pants
me-
Adventures was one that stands out to me. The little stickman guy with orange pants, if anyone knows what that is.
Yeah. Fancy Pants.
I was thinking about that recently. I wonder how the guy that
I
made
love
that.
playing games like Slope and like Run 3 and Run 2.
Yeah, Run 3 is. I used to play Run 3 at school. I used to turn off my monitor when the teacher would come look. I remember
played
that.
Run 2.
Thanks
God,
to
those
the
were the
donation,
days.
Banana School.
Especially Run 2 is really good as well. I love the Run games.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been good
yeah.
questions.
That was a very nice one, actually.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming
thanks.
up. Thanks for waiting.
Yep, thank you.
That was a wholesome one. And we are back to here. And yo, dude, you cool. Going up. Click the button.
Oh,
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Hey,
There we go.
how's it going?
Hey. Good.
All right, what's your question?
How's it going for you?
Oh, I've been in this chair for about 5.5 hours, so get a little bit sore.
Yeah.
It's been a fun time though.
Yeah. If you had to pick a favorite FNF character, what would it be?
Like from base game or
From any game. From any mod, any.
mod?
It can also be base.
I think for base game it's Daddy Dearest. I just like his design and I think he's funny.
True.
Yeah.
Red, we share a character.
Yes, dude. Okay. Mods? I think mods is difficult. I think I'm gonna have to say Allegro. I like his whole deal. I like the Music City type thing. I wonder how that. I know they were doing an update for that. I need to just check in on the guy because he follows me. I need to see how that's doing.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta do a post of like how much work people have been doing the past few months of their mods without spoiling. I don't know, something to that effect. 'Cause
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many people are
Personally,
willing to
me-
share their stuff.
Personally, me, I like Pico from the base game. I actually had like a whole me of him on my Switch once.
Oh.
But then I deleted it.
A lot of people tend to forget you can make memes.
I also, my favorite mod character is Hex. His design is so cool.
Solid choice. I remember
Especially
people kept
when,
comparing
like-
IOC to Hex.
Oh my god.
I mean, I kind of get it, but at the same time, not all TV head characters are the exact same. Like, come on now.
I know
Yeah.
some other TV head characters that are not even part of the FNF community get called that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite like Mario Kart character?
Mario, without a doubt. I'm sorry.
Waluigi.
Mario takes the number one spot for me forever.
For me, it's Yoshi.
Waluigi. Take care, Snoot.
Bye, Snoot.
For me, it's either Yoshi or the Inkling.
Yeah, I literally was just playing Mario Kart earlier. I just main Waluigi.
Yeah, Waluigi's a good choice.
Yeah, I was in there. I was Void.
Yeah, he was part of the stream. I streamed like maybe like 4 hours ago.
No, but why? I was crashing into stuff when I was playing like 200cc. And I have one last question.
Alright, shoot.
Okay, go ahead.
Who's your favorite non-Mario character?
From like any media?
Casanetero!
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
could be
it's
from Mario.
obvious.
At the moment, I think it's because recency bias, but I like Tenna from Deltarune.
Yeah.
I like Papyrus from Undertale a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
It
yeah.
is
My
hi, the great
favorite,
Papyrus.
The Great Papyrus.
favorite ones. Yeah, human.
Me and my buddy
Oh.
Raf did a lyric cover.
Yeah,
of
but
Sans
I
in
like
my head
Sans
recently.
from Undertale. I also love Rick's. I love Undertale. It's like one of the best games out there, and has the best music.
Yeah, Undertale music is really good.
Yeah, and then
I
my
think we
my
talked about it
last
earlier.
favorite character that's from non-Mario series is Cloud. He just looks so cool.
Yeah, good choice.
But like my favorite game of all time has to be Mario Kart. I just got back into it a couple weeks ago because I just stopped playing it, but then I got back into it.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, you good?
Yeah, and Mickey Mouse if Joe was a killer. Oh, Mouse is me, Mickey Mouse, and today I'm gonna kill you.
Alright. Well, thanks for coming up, you dude.
Yeah, see ya.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna be wrapping up here soon, so let's get these last three at least.
Okay.
Sunblocks and the last two are coming up. Probably wrap it up there.
Hello. So, first off, before I wanted to ask my questions, I wanted to say that Madness is generally my favorite mod. I've been a fan of it ever since V1. I really like all of you guys' work, especially Marco and Red.
Thank you.
I love your voicing as M. I'm sorry about. All the songs are really good, especially with All Stars and No Party. I don't know. I like the Mario Party DS series.
Yeah, good choice. I was a fan of that before I joined Madness, so it was cool to work with Joey.
Yeah. So my first question is, I had asked it on Twitter. I'm not sure if you guys have already answered it, but I've been getting more into musical endeavors, and I wanted to ask, like, you guys, like, any advice or any tips, like, getting more into music and improving into it.
It's just there's nothing. There's just nothing wrong with taking inspiration. Like how I learned music, how I started music is I would just started off by like recreating and remixing stuff from other games until I was confident enough to branch out and do original stuff. So if you got to start by doing that just to dip your toes in, get good at it, then there's no shame in that, you know. Just do it at your own pace. Get comfortable before you try anything huge, because otherwise you're gonna just, you know, you're gonna be upset with what you're making. It's not gonna be as good as you want. You're gonna burn out.
You don't learn everything like that. You know, snap your fingers.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, it's a slow process, but that doesn't mean that you should be irritated about how slow it is. Enjoy the process.
Yeah, just learn at your own pace.
If everything was too quick, you wouldn't find joy in it. You know, if you could learn everything too quick, that wouldn't be fun.
Actually, that reminds me, like, that's what actually, like, with Red, how you said, like, don't, like, start immediately on big things, because unless you don't know, like, learn over time, it's not gonna end up good. It actually reminded me of, like, there was, like, my first ever proper project for a song was something of a circus ballad, because I've been listening to a lot of, I've been listening to Greg Regs, Ode to a Friend, Rivers, Total Finger DX, and other stuff like that. I've gotten into it, like, personally. I did, like, a lot, and surprisingly for, like, my first song, like, I just bullshitted melodies and all that just to see if it sticks. And, like, what I have so far is actually pretty good. Like, most of my song ideas are unfinished because I don't know what to do. Like, I don't really have good ideas. Most melodies are, like, things to make. All of it is just random, and all of it's random. I just put it in, like, insert random pattern, like, notes, and tweak it to make it sound good.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta bullshit it until it works.
Basically. You'd be surprised how many things are made by winging it. You'd be very surprised.
Most of my tracks were.
Most of mine were.
Banana is cool as saying, loved your music, Unbeatable is my favorite, and Banana said I love your music, Bad Day is their favorite.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Alright, my second question is actually regarding with, my first question is regarding around with Red.
Yes.
What was the process of, like, creating M's voice? Like, was it on the spot, like, immediately just doing a perfect Charles Martinet impression and then just going with that?
Though, I mean, that's just M is basically just my Mario voice, but more evil. And I wish I could give advice on the Mario voice. I really do, but it's just kind of come to me naturally because I've been playing Mario games as long as I can remember, really, since I discovered what video games were. So I've just grown up hearing that voice, and I've kind of gotten better and better at parroting it as the years go on. So it's just a normal Mario. I just do this voice, and then I just make it more evil. And then you got the M. This is the voice I do for a horror Mario. And you know, you just gotta bring it down a bit, make it a bit raspier. And that's the only really difference, you know.
Scary M.
If I could give advice to anyone, because a common thing I see in people trying to do Mario voices is they don't do the high register enough. Because, like, if you listen to Dorkly's Mario voice, for example, you're just they do a lot of the lower register, just a lot of stuff like this, and you don't hear it. What you gotta do is you gotta, like, occasionally, like, crack your voice on, like, the accents of words, so it, like, goes up here for, like, a certain word, you know. You gotta like accent it. So you gotta go all the way up and then all the way down again. Just do add emphasis on the voice, you know, that kind of thing.
I remember when you did Mario with just like no accent, and it sounded so weird.
Yeah, is yeah.
That's sick.
I'm not doing do that again because it's cursed. Everyone told me stop doing it, so I'm not going to.
That was sick as hell, by the way. Wow, no Luigi.
Did you do Mr. Virtual as well? No, I didn't. Okay.
No, that was Fox.
Yeah, that
like,
was
another thing. Like like specifically like okay, so adding on to like the Mario, like let me do my Mario picture. Like I am going to slaughter that goddamn blue-headed rat and eat his organs.
You gotta, you gotta
Here's
hit
the thing,
the
like
highs more often.
my voice, like specific, like my voice, I like, for some reason, like whenever I do try to do like high voices, like let me just, like it's me, Mario, like for some reason, like that one, yeah, like it cracks, and sometimes it like the high pitch like barely does it, and it just goes like,
it goes
just sounds
right
like
back down.
Yeah.
Well, so I will say in regards to his characterization, the whole thing about eating the organs, he's more subtle than that. He's not really outright saying, "Oh, I'm gonna go." He doesn't go into detail. He leaves a lot more up to the imagination. He's more sinister than he is just outright, you know.
Yeah.
Outright.
I know.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna do this. You know.
I understand. No, like I know that. I just that was literally just something I came up with. That was.
Yeah. No. Fair enough. Yeah. I just.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know M characterization. It's weird.
Yeah. Sometimes people get his characterization really straight. I mean, it took a little. It took a little finagling because I wrote the final monologue while he's transforming into Ultra M. That was all me. I needed to kind of go back and see how the other cutscenes were written in order to do that. And it is interesting kind of getting a read on it because to a certain degree it is like 99% Mario, but there's just something there's just, you know, it's interesting to characterize a character like that. You gotta get it right. Hopefully I'll get to do more of it in future. Like, I'm not gonna confirm or deny anything, but like I hope to be able to do more stuff like that with Horror Mario. He's a fun character to play. I love him a lot.
I can tell.
Mario no accent. They're asking you to do Mario with no accent.
I'm not.
That was pretty sick,
okay,
though,
so
damn.
Hey guys, it's
another
me,
question
Mario. There you go.
That's cursed.
Also, like another thing regarding my voice acting, since I wouldn't really consider you a voice actor, Red, specifically. Like, I know like you've done voice work for projects, like M Papyrus for Brooklyn's Cup for that one lyrical cover from Brooklyn Stuff. I will say they're all really good. I've been addicted to the Big Shot one for like weeks.
Yeah, they're very good.
What's the best, like, what's like advice for getting into voice acting, like equipment and all of that?
Honestly, my current mic isn't great. I've been asking around to people who are more experienced with voice acting, and I've all gotten different responses from them. When I do get a more proper setup in future, I'll probably at some point post about it and just say, hey, I use this if you want like advice or anything. But at the moment, my setup's kind of crummy because I don't have the highest budget in the world. I'm not doing too great financially. So when I get that sorted out, I'll get back to you on that. I'll get back to everyone on that. I'll just announce it probably.
Okay. And this is also like regarding music to the both of you. Like basically for like plugins and VSTs and all that. What's the best way to get it like that? Like, cause I'm gonna be honest, I like most plugins, if I remember, like VSTs, they're paid and I'm broke because I spent like most of my money on Deltarune.
I'm not gonna
encourage piracy, but but 4download.net.
No comment. No comment.
I cannot tell you
so not like
to go
piracy,
to this
like
one area.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you to go to 4download.net, but you know, it's there.
I'm not gonna say go to plugin torrent, but
yeah.
I'm not talking about piracy, but like generally like finding plugins and VSTs. What's the best way to like find good ones?
I just watch YouTube videos, to be honest.
Yeah,
YouTube
I mean,
is
honestly,
probably your
a
best
lot
resource.
If there are FLPs of like stuff that has a particular sound you want, that's like those FLPs, if those FLPs are publicly available, I just nab them, then look at what they used, and then get that.
That too, just steal instrumentation.
Yeah, not steal, just like if a
That's what
particular
I do,
song-
Red. Don't,
Yeah, well,
don't.
no, okay. Well, no, but like this, if a song has a particular sound profile that you want and the FLP is publicly available, there's nothing wrong with going for a little scavenger hunt in it and seeing what they used and being like, okay, so I use that for this.
All right. So this is also okay. So the next question is for Fried. What is it? So, what is it like? Like, what is your process of like composing music? Because I know like both of you just said most like Red specifically did say most of his music is just random, winging it mostly winging it. But I wanted to ask like, how was your process of like creating different genres for like the Madness songs? Like with No Hope having an orchestral, So Cool having a Chris Pratt vibe. I don't know what's the best way to describe it.
Chris Pratt genre. My favorite music genre, Chris Pratt.
Yes.
But like, so here's the thing. It's really specific for me when I'm making music. I really have to either have a set character in mind and the kind of vibe that they give off, or a kind of like structure that goes on in the song. And then I pick whatever fits in that sort of like area. And so like, for example, how I chose the original No Hope instruments and stuff and like how I composed it was really me just looking at the Super Mario World sprite that they had in Power Star and like, oh, I should and they're like nearby like a broken castle in the Super Mario World environment. Maybe I should use Mario World instruments and more orchestral instruments too.
Okay, and if I can ask the same question to Red as well, because his styles is unique for me. Like his styles for songs like Watery Grave, Last Course from Crunchin', like stuff like that. Like I'm really into his styles, and I wanted to know like what's yours, like what's the process of like creating it.
I wish I could tell you, but a lot of the time I just toss things together. I will like use samples that I have, just like mesh a bunch of stuff, come up with a little melody, and if it's good enough, if I like it enough, I'll build off it into like a full song. So much of my stuff is improv. I really wish I could nail down a specific process, but it is just kind of as simple as just trying stuff out over and over again.
Instinct.
For every song of mine that is out in the public, there are like a million drafts that have never seen the light of day. True. So just try. Just keep trying and don't stop trying until you get something that you like, and then work with that.
Yeah.
That's my
All right.
process.
Experiment.
Yeah.
Okay, and so like another thing like regarding specifically around specifically the song like Bad Day. Like I'm gonna give like an example. Bad Day. Like are most like references, like I know like are most references, like do you mostly have like solo references, or like not like pure out like inspirations, like with Bad Day having the inspiration of Levels and the athletic theme? I think I'm pretty sure it's mostly Levels, the specific Mario remix made for it. What's the like what's your like process of like adding references? Like is it mostly subtle, like is it, or do you just add it?
I think
just
the only time I've had like a proper reference track to work off that I've based like the entire song off was Bad Day. Everything else I don't really have anything in mind except like a kind of general vibe, and even then I don't really stick to that all the time. It is just a matter of building off what exists and making it up as I go along. I don't go into I don't go into it with as much of a concrete vision as I'd like, but sometimes that just results in my stuff sounding the way it does. It's fine.
All right. Now my last question is, how has working on big projects like with Madness, Crunchin', Classified, all of that, how has that like affected you? Like with how has that affected you? Like having that like have your profile becoming more and more bigger with each project, like specifically with Madness.
You know, I don't like to think about it all too much. I don't want to get an ego. I never want to get an ego. That's like number one most important thing for me. So I don't really see. I look at all these projects and I think of them more so as I think of the project itself and I think of the people on. I don't think of what's garnering the most audience, what's good. And I look back and I see the kind of platform I've amassed, and I'm a little scared. I'm a little like, oh, where's all this come from? But at the same time, as long as I've known about the fact that people can like make careers doing stuff like this on the internet, I haven't ever really wanted to do anything else. I've always thought if I was going to make something of myself, it would be by just doing all this stuff that I'm like decent at creatively over the internet. So I'm glad it's panned out the way it has.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I've got a good springboard to like work forward from. I've got a decent platform to start myself off for when I do branch out and do a lot of my own stuff.
Okay, so like I do get like, because with Madness, like again for me like a major inspiration. Marco was probably like my biggest art inspiration of improving and all that. Same for like music with people like Sturm, you, Red and Fried, Kenny, like all of those people. Like I know you understand like Red. You said like you kind of scared of like because you think of the project as just the project itself, but you
I
do
don't
not.
consider
Like, you
the
don't.
audience a lot of the time.
Yeah, I know. I'm not considering like talk about like the audience, but like like with Crunchin and all, like how that has like a big popularity, especially for like its work, mainly because of the Purgatory Sidewind songs, like mostly by Sturm, and also again with Madness and how big it was and how V2 was like really hyped, especially even with all the shit that happened with it.
Yeah.
I understand like that but no, do you know like a lot of people like me and a lot of other people like inspired by your guys' work, and how like a lot of people consider like your mods as big inspirations of getting into community and starting and trying to make a face out of themselves, like their inspirations.
Making a name.
If I could ask also the same question to Fried, how has that like affected you, like having your name out in the spotlight like that, thanks to project like your big projects?
I mean, same with Red. I never just really think about it that often, but it's
Yeah,
really
you'd be
like,
surprised.
I just
Is
like
it?
the community that's come out of just putting me in the spotlight. Like I've amassed a supportive community, I suppose.
It's something that we consider every so often, just like oh that's a thing, but we never really. I don't think that I can't speak for Fried, but I don't think much has changed for me. I still do the things the same way I've ever done them.
Same here, though.
I'm just a little more conscious of the amount of eyes on the stuff I do now.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's only really the difference.
When you have a lot of eyes on you, every little thing will have an effect. Especially, that's basically the. Well, you don't even have to. It's not even just FNF, popularity stuff. That's just in general. You have a platform. Whatever you say or do can have a effect you might not even think about.
Okay, so what you said, specifically, Mr. Interviewer, like that specific part, I'm gonna go into base stuff. That also we're going to around backlash, because I genuinely hate all the backlash that people get, like specifically like Marco, all because of some shit that they said. Like it doesn't really matter. Like it's just something that they said, and even if it has a negative impact personally to themselves, it still doesn't deserve all of the massive backlash that they get, especially with like.
I don't think this is worth talking about really, because it's all like it number one, it's just the internet. Number two, it's all already happened. Hindsight is 2020, but there's nothing we can do about it, and like complaining about it is only really going to just keep it fresh in our minds instead of moving on. The only way you can really move on from stuff like this is just learning from experience.
Like, okay, so like I didn't mean to like bring that up like as a topic. I just meant to like.
That's fine. Don't worry.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Like as also another thing with popularity, I know like a good example like besides like Red is especially Sturm, because I know he didn't have a big name like much until Legacy, and how that immediately blew up along with like Crunchin as a whole. Like it's surprising how like even the smallest thing that you can do for like a big mod can immediately cause a huge wave of popularity and have yourself as the biggest name, especially with like him, Greg, like all those people.
Yeah, that's the beauty of content creation, honestly. You never know if something's gonna pop off or not.
Yeah. I think that's all yeah, I think that's all. Yeah, I think that's all.
All right, take care, Sunblocks. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks, you too.
That's insightful. All right, last two. We're keep it to 2 questions, if we can.
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, I apologize in advance because I suck at speaking English, but
It's okay, don't worry about it.
apologize. Thank you. Well, they already asked this question. This is for Red. I'm gonna start with like, I love your characterization for horror. It's really awesome and really inspirational because, well, I someday want to get into voice acting too. It's just stage fright and the thing. Like, I admire how you portray him like some people expect him to he's like murder in some way, so people expect him to be impulsive and go crazy all the time, but
he's very calculative.
as I hear the voice lines, I can sense like you make him with some serenity, calm, that it's kind of it's kind of wow, it's impressive because it's not something you expect from murder in some way.
No, yeah, he's had a lot of time to think about what he's gonna do.
He analyzes
Very calculative.
What's happening. Like, for example, after Storm Slaughter, when boyfriend escapes and girlfriend too, like, he doesn't explode in rage. He analyzes, he thinks, and when he knows he's everything going well, it's like, damn, yeah, I got it. I just have to wait. Like, it's awesome.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, he knows he can't leave.
It's simply amazing. Like he has the security, and I admire how you portrayed it. Like, that security on his voice, his rifle, it's so well done. It's honestly amazing. So they're already asking this. Also the monologue, the final monologue, pretty awesome. So I'm gonna ask to Red, what was your favorite voice line to do for Aurora?
Oh, my favorite voice line to do for him. Now, that's a tricky one because he's a fun character to play.
Yeah.
I think it might have been the monologue, just for the fact that I got to write it as well. So I knew exactly how I was gonna like deliver every phrase.
Okay.
If I could go back and change it, I would elaborate a little bit because he says, "Oh, you broke our deal." I should have clarified that it's the 3 songs deal at the start of the mod because I see a lot of people reacting to that and being like, "What deal?" And because they don't remember because it's been like a whole 2 hours of playing the mod.
Yeah.
So if there's anything I would change, it would be that. But that one was the most fun to do. But apart from that, I think the singing at the very end of Mad World, where I get to show a little bit more of his vulnerability that he's been like. Like the entire mod, he's been kind of calculated.
Yeah.
He hasn't shown all too much emotion aside from the drive to do what he's supposed to do. I think showing that little "it's done, now what do I do" kind of side to him is. I'd like to explore that more if I get the chance.
The one mod, he, like what you said before, that Mario voice, but a little deeper, a little evil, to then have that turn to a Mad World with that little part of just horror sounding like the original Mario, just a little bit high pitched voice. I know he sounds so burnable. So like, damn, I remember when I heard it, like, it was like a boom for me. Like, whoa, it's like, wow, this is the same character. Like that was awesome. Seriously, that was awesome, and I hope we can see more of him.
Yeah, I'd like to
horror.
explore more of his more vulnerable side in future because I mean, of course, now that he's got what he wanted, he doesn't know what to do with himself, and I'd like to explore that a bit more.
Like, what now?
Like, what now? Like, I made it, but now what?
At what cost?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What cost? I won, but at what cost?
yeah. But yeah, I'd love to explore that a bit more.
That's awesome. Okay, and this is for the both of you. Of the entire mode, the Mario Madness, who are your favorite characters of the whole mode?
I think I like Horror Mario just because I get to have a bit of my own hand in the characterization, and it's always really fun to do when I get to weigh in on characters that I play like that.
He influenced it through the voice acting.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Mine would be Mr. System because he's been giving his
yeah.
own character throughout the mod.
Yeah. Like we gave him
Yes.
character that he didn't initially have, and I really like that people kind of took that and ran a mile with it and started making their own like versions of him. It's really creative what the community's done. It really is.
Yeah, like you guys seriously with the whole module, I just get onto Mario Madness this year, honestly. But it's incredible how I joined it this year and saw a lot of people creating such masterpieces, art, videos, music. You guys seriously with the mod created a lot of creative people. It's honestly impressive.
Yeah.
Well, the last question. If it's okay to ask, what convinced you to participate in Mario's Madness? Like, and are you happy to be in the mod, or, like working on it?
I'm very happy to be in the mod working on it. Actually, I didn't think. What convinced me to is that I was in Funkin at Freddy's dev server, and I saw Marco and a couple other people in that server that were also on Madness. Just they were showing stuff, they were sharing stuff, and my only experience with Mario's Madness was V1, like the old version, and I saw that and I was like, okay, it's all right. And I got shown some of the new stuff, and I'm like, wow, this is really cool. I'd love to be a part of this, but of course, no pressure. And then everything happened with Nova, and they were like, hey, we need a new composer, and I was like, I offered ages ago. I'd still be down to do that, and so that's how I got dragged in.
You know, funny enough, this was part of the original question list before I replaced it with another question. So funny how it shows up here. Yeah, I usually ask that question too. It's one of my standards, but I swapped it out. We still get the answer.
Oh damn. Fred, I don't know.
I mean, I got here through like a mod help wanted post that Marco made back in February 2022, February 2022. And so I got invited there because like I really just wanted to have another Mario horror mod to work on because I didn't really hear of Madness back then, to be honest. I didn't really have a history with it. But now that I'm on it, it's really been an enjoyable experience, and I love working on it.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks for.
sorry.
Thanks.
sorry. I thought my internet was out. It's what happened to me. And Red,
Yeah.
It's okay. You say that. Do you think you can make a version of Horror Mario talking in Spanish? Some random shit.
I don't know how to speak Spanish. Hang on. I need to open up Google Translate.
Hell yeah.
Let's get it, Red. Let's get it.
Yeah, it really stressed those vocal cords today, huh? Spanish horror Mario.
Muchas gracias por jugar a mi juego. I don't know how that's
playing my
pronounced.
game.
Yeah. Thank you so much for playing it.
I know a little Spanish.
You did good, Red. You did good.
That was great.
I tried. I don't know if my pronunciation is any
you
good.
did
I tried.
good. You did good.
It was pretty good, honestly. Like, I speak Spanish, so that was pretty good.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's all. Thank you so much for this time. Seriously, thank you so much.
Thanks for
And
waiting.
good
Of course,
luck
thanks for
with
stopping
the
by.
looks and B3.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. Thanks for coming.
All right, last one. Noir has already spoke, so it's getting late. As it's almost 11:30.
Until last one.
Yeah,
Who's
last
ready for the
one.
last question?
Last ones for now. There's always Twitter.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, hello. Hi, good evening.
You okay?
I'm sorry, I'm a little
Nervous.
bit
It's all good. It's all good.
Don't worry
I'm a
about it.
little
Take your
bit
time.
nervous for this.
Take your time. We got time.
Okay. It's my first time doing this, so I
It's all
got
good.
two questions for both Red and for Lee.
Okay.
First for Red, I don't know if someone else actually asked this, but I wanted to know What was your first horror line that you ever did for the mod? And what was your favorite besides the monologue?
The first one I ever did actually was before the new first cutscene got done. I did just for fun a kind of redub, a re-record of the old cutscene from V1, but with the new voice. I don't know if that ever
Oh,
got
yeah,
posted
that one.
anywhere, but yeah, I redubbed the old cutscene with the newer voice. But that was before Marco remade the entire thing and rewrote the entire thing, and so obviously
Oh,
I
I
had to re-record
see.
for the new stuff. And my favorite one aside from
I
the
see.
monologue, I did say was the singing. But if I had to pick aside from those two, I think the at the end of Starman Slaughter, the laugh into the Mario get you next time.
Oh, I
That
love
one.
that one.
Sick.
Dude, you did amazing in that one though.
Yeah.
You did a really good impression for him.
I'm really
Also,
glad he
another
was
question.
well received as he was. I'm glad
Yeah.
people like him.
And also, the other question was, would you voice any other character in any other type of media? You know, if you had the chance to work for another project.
Yeah, I'm doing voice work for a good couple of other things already. It's just most of them aren't out yet. I'm doing a lot of voice work for like Funkin at Freddy's. I have voice. I didn't only voice Horror Mario in Madness. I voiced a couple other characters. I voiced Turmoil. I voiced Luigi in Oh God No.
Oh.
I would like to branch out. I did say earlier on that after I phase out of FNF and start doing other shit, I do want to focus on voice work a lot more. I want to branch out and like voice act in like animations and stuff.
Yeah, I see. And I wanted to say ADA. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
It's okay. It's okay.
I really.
Oh, good.
Don't mind me. I'm so sorry if any weird noise in the background. For Frederick, I wanted to ask, how was it working for FNF 1 remake?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
They asked if how was it like to work for the FNAF 1 remake.
I was I was going to work for FNAF 1 remake, but I did not like finish the track in time, so I just didn't work on it.
No, it's okay. It's
I worked on
okay.
FNAF 1 remake.
It was sick.
You did.
I voiced Foxy in that.
I gotta
Oh,
rewatch
yeah.
that playthrough I was watching. I think I was watching Snapsy play it.
I think that's all the questions I have for today, and I wanted to tell you that you did an amazing job for Mario's Madness.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming by. Thanks for your questions.
Yeah.
See you. Have a good night.
All right. Take care. Take care.
Great.
All right. So I got one more question on. Yeah, technically two. I have something to say. What do you think of people making Mario Madness fan songs like "Secret Exit" or "Stars of Hope"?
I encourage all forms of like of fan content. I like people making remixes and like custom songs and that. It's really cool to see that people are inspired enough to like, make their own like unofficial songs for stuff if they're like dedicated enough.
Yeah.
This community. We have our ups and downs. We've had our ups and downs for years on end now, but it's been incredible, especially right after the mod release, to see all the stuff that people put out, all the fan works, all the the comics, the art. This is such a creative community, and not just like to Madness, just FNF as a whole. When stuff like this comes out, all the tons and tons of stuff that people put out, it's crazy to see.
I mean, for me, I encourage it, but there's some of the fan things like songs. I have very specific opinions about on criticisms mostly on what they could just like do better and how they could change the direction to have it be a bit more
I do think a lot. There was a trend for a while of people trying to do all-star stuff, but just like change the ending or like change the
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
I understand, but like I don't know, just
it kind of rubs me the wrong way if I were to do that, honestly.
It's one of the less harmful things. I don't have anything against it, but I understand why it's kind of,
yeah.
Especially considering it's just done because I don't like the ending. I want to do a different ending, and it's like I don't know. I get it. I get why it's created as much. It's created as much kind of negative attitude towards it as it has, but at the same time, I think it's kind of harmless in the grand scheme. There are people doing a lot worse things that. It could be a lot worse. Thing. Yeah, like basing stuff off leaks, like that. You can't be doing that.
Can't do
that. Nah. Like All Stars, but Pico shows up. Oh,
and I like this for every incredible like fan piece or like fan song, whatever. There's gonna be some that they're a little bit uninspired, unoriginal, and that like. That's fine because people are going to make stuff that they want to make, even if it's heavily based on another thing. And like that's because that's how we learn. Because I started off just remixing other people's stuff. I didn't have a single original composition to my name, and then I got better. You know, and it's people start. Everyone's got to start somewhere.
I mean, people also do that across many different communities too.
Yeah. Everyone has got to start somewhere. So don't feel ashamed if you want to make a thing that's based on another thing. Just like don't do it with spite on your mind. Don't do it to one up someone else. Always do something because you want to do it more so than above everything else. Just have that be your motivation. Because making spite your sole drive is just gonna make you unhappy in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. I started streaming out of spite, just keeping with it. Not gonna lie.
No, I don't. I mean that out of like, I don't mean like that. I mean the kind of spite that like you see something someone else makes and it's like I could do better than that.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
That's the kind of spite that keeps you.
Mine was different. Mine was the different kind of spite.
No, that's the kind of spite that I mean. I mean,
yeah, I get you.
Like doing everything you do to one up someone else. That's what I mean by you'll remain unhappy if you did that.
And mine's the kind of prove someone wrong sort of spite.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's if someone says you can't do a thing and then you do it anyway.
Oh, that just makes my brain go snap. And here I am, like 4 years later. But yeah, that about do it. It's been about 4 hours.
Thanks for coming, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for coming. You have any thoughts about the interview stuff? Anything you think we could improve on?
No, this was fun. I got some thoughts out. I had a good time with some friends, and that's all I expected going into this.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. All right, yeah, I get shot. And thank you so much for making Mario's Madness. Can I have my food now? No, you must wait, Noir.
Thank you for having us, Hunter.
Yeah.
Honestly,
thanks for giving us a space to talk spit our shit.
In all honesty, I was never expecting that request sent in so soon. Not gonna lie. But yeah, it's been an honor talking to you guys. I'm a big fan of your work. But yeah,
appreciate it. Appreciate the support.
Yeah, bro. All right. I was gonna talk about eventually at some point in the near future, I do wanted to do a sort of community checkup, like Twitter Space sort of thing, like thoughts on the past 6 months of the community making stuff, I guess. In a sense, I don't know, kind of like a round table sort of thing, where different creators come around, just place their thoughts out on the table.
Yeah, that could be cool.
Yeah, just something like that. I don't know. I'm still planning the details, but yeah, thanks for the interview opportunity, guys. Hope you guys keep on cooking.
We will try.
There is no try in this community. I'm kidding. Yeah, some people really can say that, but yeah, just keep on cooking, guys. Have fun with it. But yeah,
cheers.
Let me know if you guys by the way, you guys were mentioning some projects. When they get announced, feel free to ping me on it, guys. I will gladly cover it.
Sure.
Yeah, take care, everybody, and I hope everyone enjoyed.
Peace. See ya.
Well, that was fun. That was the end of the space. I got a friend I had to. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I'm just wrapping it up, Zan. We can chat if you want. But that was one hell of a freaking honor, honestly. I know I didn't really talk much during the open Q&A section, but I did that. Well, the only reason I didn't really I wasn't trying to interrupt people because a lot of people get nervous on stage talking to people, like, you know, talking to people they look up to. I try not to interrupt them because then people clam up. You know, it's their question. They gotta ask it, and I already asked like 16 questions of my own plus micro ones in the middle of the main part of the interview. But yeah, I did mention I might do a revisit to Mario's Madness V2 in the near future. Not sure when. I did play it when it came out, but it's been about 2 years, and we're going through a bit of a mod drought. Almost 2 years, like another 6 months, year and a half. Put the dancing GIF, please. Which one? You mean the dancing GIF? I have one from the not that GIF. I have this from the freaking the Tabby interview. The Mario dancing GIF. Which one? In Bad Day. Yeah, man. It's like almost midnight where I'm at, man. Sorry. But yeah, I'll be back to streaming on Monday. I'm not sure if we have an FNF mod planned at the moment. It won't be Mario's Madness. I will get to that probably on a bonus stream Wednesday if I do. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm on vacation technically from work all this week and till Sunday, so I got a lot of free time. At least till the... Let's take a look. I think I'm off work until the 7th. So if you guys want to chat offline, feel free to reach out on the Discords. I have my main Discord, which has more than just FNF stuff. I played a lot more than just FNF. You know, well, I'm variety streaming. FNF has its place in the channel. Played some Smash Bros, Mario Kart. Played an FNF mod. We played that earlier. It was fun. I had to sneak that one in right before we started going live. But yeah, if you enjoyed the stream, you know, like, comment, sub, and the interview, how this whole stuff. If you want to know more about how the interview stuff works, follow me on the Funkin Interview Twitter. Where are we gonna interview you? You know, funny enough, I actually made a joke about that when the community is gonna interview me. Like, who? I don't know. I actually would kind of want to see that perspective. You know, if there's one thing I do want to come clear in these interviews is, you know, don't be parasocial with these people. I mean, look at my freaking extended bio. I went on a freaking thesis about why I want to inform the community all about that. Purpose of this account is to delve into the development of FNF mods, the struggles and processes of mod creation, aid with mods when possible through reposting help wanted posts from dev teams. Inform, basically, I don't know. How many FNF mods you've calculated you played? Well over 400 at this point. There was that one stream I mentioned earlier where I played all of the Fourth Wall Mod Jam mods in one sitting. That was like an 8-hour stream. That was like 37 mods in one go. I'm planning to do the same with the 5th Mod Jam, by the way. I know it's been out for a good while now. Well, if you want to have a certain, well, by the way, this request form is only for the devs of the mods only. You can't. It's not a suggestion board. The dev teams have to come out. You can share it to them if you'd like, but you know, don't go after them about that stuff. I hope everyone enjoyed. I hope everyone, you know, continues to enjoy this little project of my own, because you know, this is just a project at the end of the day too. Like, literally one of my favorite things I've created so far. But I guess I got rid of it then. Highlights. Yeah, I gotta put this one on the highlight reel, honestly. This is actually, we need 100 episodes. There's usually 2 per week, but yeah, I mean, only one guy. Let me highlight this one. I gotta save this one. Huge fan of their work. I will probably be rerunning through Mario's Madness V2 again soon to see how far I've improved. I don't know. I got a lot more stamina than I used to in terms of content creation. You know, Now, if you excuse me, I got to play through Death Stranding 2 and wait till Monday to freaking play the new Monster Hunter update. But I don't think FNF will have a stream Monday, though. Just a heads up. I don't know. We're going through a bit of a mod drop, but I don't want to play Mario's Madness from 7 p.m. till 1 a.m. like I did last time. So if I do a Mario's Madness rerun through, it'd probably be on a Wednesday stream, which is a bonus, which would be from 5 till however long it takes. Yeah, if you want to know more about me, feel free to join our own community Discord or the interview Discord in the description down below. And if you enjoyed, like, comment, sub, and let me know what you thought of the interview stuff. Thank you to my YouTube members that support the channel via the join button: Lord Demon 198, Unknown Artist, Red by 57, and Xandiver. And thank you to FreeG27 on Twitch. Yeah, I'm exhausted. But yeah, until next time, chat, have a good night, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care. I hope I see you soon. Later.